Today is Tuesday, August the 5th, 2025. This is the 15th meeting of 2025 and the 43rd regular meeting of the current term of the Metropolitan Council of Nashville and Davidson County. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is being offered this evening by the Honorable Dr. Berthina Nabah McKinney. Dr. Nabah McKinney represents School Board District 4 and serves as the Vice Chair of the Metro Nashville Board of Public Education. She is the guest of Councilmember at-large Quinn Evans Siegel. Go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Councilmember Quinn Evans Siegel and Vice Mayor Henderson, for the invitation to offer us today's invocation. As we begin this new school year, I just want to take a moment to pause, reflect, and give thanks for the energy, the possibilities, and the collective purpose that brings us all together. Across Metro Nashville Public Schools, we've seen a joyful and successful start to the school year. Families arrived with excitement, teachers welcomed students with care, and communities came together in unity and support. It was a powerful reminder that we are stronger when we show up for each other and for our children. A special thank you to Mayor O'Connell and our Metro Council members who took the time out today to visit schools across the district to welcome families, students, and staff. Your presence sent a clear message. Education is a community priority and every student matters. So today, let us be guided by the wisdom, strengthened by the purpose, and united in our service for the good and safety of our children and the future that we all share. May we all be reminded that education is not just the responsibility of our school system, but it is a calling on our entire city. May we govern wisely, lead boldly, and remain rooted in our shared values of equity, justice, and opportunity. Because the reality is, every student deserves to be known, every family deserves to be welcomed, every teacher and staff deserves to be respected, and every school deserves to be fully supported. So together, as a community and as a body of elected officials, let us continue to build a system where every child can thrive and be on the pathway of success. May we all come together and join together in that unity and in that purpose. And I pray that God guides us to always do what is right, always do what is just, and always be reminded of our purpose. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Nabah McKinney, and happy first day of school to you and all your school board colleagues. As Dr. Nabah McKinney shared, today was the first day back to school for Metro Nashville Public Schools. So as well from the council and myself, a special thank you to all of Nashville's teachers, administrators, and staff who make our schools great communities of learning, and best wishes to children and families as they embark on another year of their educational journeys. This evening is the annual National Night Out Against Crime, which always falls on a council meeting evening. So we are sorry to miss being out in our neighborhoods, parks, and community spaces with our local law enforcement officers, to whom we extend our appreciation. And we encourage Nashvillians to connect with their local precinct, your fellow neighbors, and support your neighborhood businesses this evening and throughout the year. In the first 6 months of 2025, crime continues a downward trajectory in all but one of 9 categories compared to the same period last year. We want to remind Nashvillians that MNPD, your police department, maintains numerous public dashboards and reports with easily accessible crime data that goes all the way back to 1963 for comparison purposes and can be found on nashville.gov. Council members, on July 18, you will have received via email a memo from me outlining council member elections and appointments to Metro boards and commissions. That is also on your desk for reference this evening. At the meeting of August 19th, we will take nominations for the positions of President Pro Tem, Planning and Zoning Chair, Traffic and Parking Commission Representative, Audit Committee Reps, and the Short-Term Rentals Appeal Board Rep. In advance of these nominations, I have committed to send you my annual memo of committee chair and membership assignments on August 15th. There are a lot of details in the July 18th memo, so please do read it closely. Lastly, on your desk, you have another memo from me regarding one vacancy on the Historical Commission. The function of the Historical Commission is to locate, collect, and preserve historical material relevant to the history of Davidson County, make appropriate arrangements for the purchase, preservation, promotion, and use of any material, to sponsor lectures, tours, exhibits, and displays utilizing all media of communication, to sponsor the preparation and publication of histories, guidebooks, and similar material, and to take any other actions which it considers necessary and proper. We will take nominations to fill this vacancy on the Historical Commission at our next meeting on August 19th. An election will be conducted to fill the vacancy on September 2nd. All right, without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to please record the names of the members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for approval of the minutes of July 15th? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded without objection. And seeing no one seeking to be recognized for a change to the minutes, the minutes of the meeting of July 15th are approved. Mr. Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
Yes, there is a message from the mayor.
Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Dear Vice Mayor Henderson and members of council, pursuant to regulations of the Tennessee Comptroller's Office, the reports on debt obligation must be submitted to the Metropolitan Council and presented at a meeting of that body before filed with the Comptroller of the state. Please find the State of Tennessee reporting forms for the 2025 tax anticipation notes for a combined amount of $158 million, federally taxable Series 2025 general obligation refunding bonds in the amount of $61,135,000, and Series 2025 tax-exempt water and sewer revenue bonds in the amount of $483,820,000. The 2025 tax anticipation notes were authorized by the Metropolitan Council through Resolution RS 2025-1220 on July 1st, 2025. The Series 2025 general obligation bonds and water and sewer bonds were authorized through Resolutions RS 2025-1140 and 1141 on April 15th, 2025. As always, we appreciate the Metropolitan Council's support on these important financing initiatives. Sincerely, Freddie O'Connell, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clerk, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, we are now moving into Section E of our agenda, appointees and nominees. This portion of the agenda shares all persons who are scheduled to appear before the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee for an interview this evening. Referrals back to the committee will be by rule as part of the council's two-meeting process for elections and confirmations. No votes will be taken by the body in this section of the agenda other than for deferrals. Chair Prep T, we're going to do something just a little different, okay? We're just going to let this lengthy section of the agenda speak for itself tonight, okay? And I'll ask only for a report of withdrawals and or deferrals if there are any, please, sir. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The following nominees were withdrawn for the Industrial Development Board. Gloria Hauser was...
Ginger Hauser?
Oh, yes, Ginger Hauser
Yep.
was withdrawn, as well as Shawnee Glapian, as well as the Employee Benefit Board appointment of Mark Proctor, and... those are the withdrawals.
Okay, those will be withdrawn. Next, Section F of our agenda, confirmations. Chair Prep T, you are, pardon?
Still need to report on deferrals.
Were there deferrals? Okay, yes, sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The following were deferred for one meeting by a vote of 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. The Fire and Building Code Appeals Board reappointments of Raymond Andy Berry, as well as Deborah Sandhu.
Okay.
The Historic Commission reappointment of C. William Bill McKee, as well as nobody else. Those are the deferrals.
Okay, if you would make a consolidated motion for that, sir.
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All in favor of a one-meeting deferral for those three as reported, please say aye. All right. You have deferred those one meeting for their consideration and interview. All right, now we will move on to Section F, confirmations. Chair Prep T, you are recognized for your committee report on the 12, I believe, appointees in the second step of your committee's two-meeting process, and a consolidated motion, or first for a deferral motion if there are any.
There are no withdrawals or deferrals, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Then with that, I would ask for your report, please, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. For the Electric Board, for the Electric Power Board appointment of Ian Prudy, the following individuals received a vote of 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting to approve. The Electric Power Board appointment of Ian Prudy, the Hospital Authority Board appointment of Alfonso Harvey, as well as the reappointment of Robert Miller, the Human Relations Commission reappointment of Kara Ince, as well as the reappointment of Jeff Teagues, the Metro Action Commission reappointment of Leslie Buggs and Kanika Covert, as well as Joseph Mitchell, Veronica Yerby, the Nashville Entertainment Commission reappointment of Timothy Reed Jr., as well as Willie J. Sims Jr. and Jeff Syracuse. Again, all of those individuals received a vote of 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting to approve. And with that, I move approval.
All right, it's properly moved and seconded. Is any member seeking to remove an item from this consolidated motion? Okay, hearing none and seeing none, we'll move on to the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any voting no or abstaining? Nope. All right. So council has confirmed these appointees. And so to our confirmed appointees, I say if you have chosen to return to the chamber this evening, which is not required, I do see some of you here. So we're looking forward to recognizing you here just shortly. Do please stand as I call your name and remain standing. Okay, council has confirmed to the Electric Power Board, Ian Prunty. To the Hospital Authority Board, council has confirmed the appointment of Alfonso Harvey and the reappointment of Robert Miller. Thank you. Council has confirmed to the Human Relations Commission the reappointment of Kara Ince and Jeff Teague, as well as Leslie Buggs, Kanika Covert, and Joseph Mitchell, as well as Veronica Uribe. Council has confirmed the reappointment to the Nashville Entertainment Commission of Timothy Reed Jr., Willie J. Sims Jr., and the Honorable former Councilman Jeff Syracuse. So to everyone who is here with us in chambers or whether you are watching at home, we appreciate your willingness to serve our city and we commend you. Thank you. All right, now we're on to Section G, our public comment period. Members of the public who are Tennessee residents wishing to speak during our public comment period may sign up at the table outside the council chamber from 5 to 6 p.m. on the day of a council meeting. Public comment is limited to 20 minutes total at council meetings, and each speaker is allowed up to 2 minutes to speak. Pursuant to Rule 28, all public comment speakers must present proof of Tennessee residency, and persons speaking on agenda items must be prioritized to comply with state law. We have 5 folks who have signed up for public comment this evening, and after our confirmed appointees have departed there, and we've got some space for queuing, I would invite those folks to go ahead and come forward. As there are just 5 among you, I am going to go ahead and call your names and ask you to stand. First coming to the podium would be Madeline Lou Fahey. Also, please come forward Claire Norris, Tana Miller, Mitchell Miller, and Michelle Flynn. The first 4 speakers are speaking on agenda numbers 127 and 128. These are bills 872 and 873 regarding Franklin Limestone Road. All 4 of those speakers are speaking in opposition. Madeline, you are recognized. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Thank you for your time. My name is Madeline Fahey. I live in District 28, close to Franklin Limestone Road. I'm asking you to withdraw BL 2025-872 and 873. I'm still grieving with Antioch and our district in the wake of this year's events alone. I'm thinking of the people who aren't with us tonight or who weren't there for their first day of school today. It has been clearly demonstrated that these 2 bills would not help to heal our communities and would only further harm them. According to Councilmember Benton's website, it seems like we are all well aligned on issues such as public safety for all and the right to feel safe walking down sidewalks. I have many concerns about these 2 bills. For tonight, I will focus on 2 points related to what we are aligned on and share 3 requests. Aside from being treacherous, sidewalkless, and lined with trash at any given time, Franklin Limestone Road has a spot next to the Billingsgate roadside bridge that was not structurally repaired during the last repaving. I have grave concerns about this bridge area, in particular, being able to withstand even 1 more truck per day, let alone 100 plus. Someone I know evaded an attempted carjacking from coordinated drivers of multiple vehicles at the intersection of Franklin Limestone Road and Billingsgate Drive. Please withdraw these bills tonight or risk making life more dangerous, costly, and frustrating for your constituents and others down the line. As one of your voting constituents, Councilmember Benton, I have some requests for the future. That you engage more inclusively with your constituents, examples, ensuring translated materials and having an Instagram account. That you do not affiliate with Congressman Ogles and refrain from harmful rhetoric that is anti-immigrant and anti-Nashvillian. That you allocate ample time and due diligence for proposed changes of this scope. Thank you for your time, council members. Please withdraw these 2 bills.
Thank you. There's no clapping, please. We ask that members of the gallery do not clap during the meeting so we can proceed directly on to Ms. Claire Norris. You're recognized.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks again for letting us all speak, and thank you, Mr. Benton, for trying to work out solutions for us. I just wanted to say, I emailed most council members last week, but it was kind of last minute, and I know everyone here has jobs and responsibilities other than this job as well. But I just wanted to point out, we had a petition that went out, and we have almost 1,400 names that are against this, people not wanting this built. And in addition to that, we're trying to recover from an asphalt plant that's being built across from there that's already going to add lots of trucks. So it would be nice to see what the effects of all that is before we proceed with something else. And that's really just my main point. It's just that, just to consider our petition, our opposition, and to maybe just defer this for way down the road. And instead of putting something as large as that, maybe a smaller use, we'd love to hold on to our trees for dust barriers for those on Billingsgate and beyond on Tarragon Trail and then Pepper Ridge and beyond. And as a noise barrier, we know at some point it probably will be developed, but just please not right now. We've just got enough to contend with. I thank you for your time, and y'all have a good evening.
Thank you. Please no clapping. Next is Tana Miller.
Good evening. I'm Tana Miller, and I live on Franklin Limestone Road. My pillow lies 200 yards from the proposed property. The project is intended to be the size of 2 Sam's Wholesales. So that would put my bed in the parking lot of a Sam's Wholesale. So I think you can visualize that. I'm not going to say a whole lot about the hazards of the project because we've done that before. And Councilman Benton has said he's going to defer this bill tonight. We are grateful, even at this late hour. I would like to speak, though, on the process of this. We went to the Planning Commission 8 months ago, and in their literature, it said that industrial use should be considered thoughtfully and carefully placed, and it should not be at the expense of the immediate neighbors. Now, there are a few people closer than me, and I'm at 200 yards. There is a lady next to me that is a military widow, and she can afford her house. She has a pension, but she can't afford to get up and move. And that's how concerned we have been. The Planning Commission green-lighted the project primarily because they trusted the developer. He does have a good reputation. But rather than approving an IR, they listened to us and changed it to an SP. But the SP moved forward without any addressing of the actual operation. So that left open the number of trucks we've been all yelling about and debating about, and nobody knows because the applicant's purpose is to maximize his operating potential. He wants what he asked for, which is IR and no restrictions. And that is why we're at an impasse today. And I would like you all to be much more careful with using the SP zoning, because when you shoehorn a thing in, it isn't good. It's always a compromise.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Mitchell Miller.
Good evening, council members and Madam Chair and Councilman Benton. Councilman Benton has emailed us and announced that he intends to defer indefinitely this bill. We appreciate that. I wanted to give you all some information about the coalition in opposition to this bill. As one of our fellow coalition members mentioned, we have a petition signed by over 1,400 folks, and I want to give you some perspective on what that means. In August of 2023, Councilman Benton was elected. The total for that vote count was 928 votes for the whole district. Out of our 1,424 signatories today, 921 of those signatories come from District 28. That's only 7 votes shy of the entire vote count of 2023. That is how strongly development along this very dangerous stretch of road is opposed. Nashville has the 3rd largest city council of all major cities in the United States, and we have the very best ratio of council members to constituents, which means we have a city that can be the most informed and the most responsive to constituents in the whole country. And that's why I thank you, Councilman Benton, for listening and for doing the work and for researching. We've been saying, look, we can't do this right now because the city can't enforce existing laws on our road intended to keep us safe. And we certainly can't shoulder more burden without additional funding and dedicated resources to do that. Councilman Benton has listened, and he's promised us that he will not allow further development on this road until the city can keep us safe where we live under the existing law. We appreciate that, and we hope the council will continue to act in that manner and be as responsive constituents as Mr. Benson is being today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Michelle Flynn. She is speaking on agenda item 71. This is resolution 2025-1413 in support. Go ahead.
Thank you. So my state representative, Justin Jones, has brought the bill in front of you actually it's going to the state legislature, but wanting your support that would, it's called the Stop American Gestapo Act. And it's a very simple ask. It's an ask that ICE folks or anyone else that's showing up in this state and specifically in our community who are wearing masks and are not having identification, that it's not okay. As someone actually who was kidnapped as a young adult and experienced a very vicious crime, I am telling you, there are people on the streets who are concerned about folks using this as a cover. There is no reason why law enforcement officers would not identify themselves, and the bogus comments that they make about them getting doxxed. Well, the reality is people walk around every day who have been victim of crimes and who are being victimized if they don't have identification. So it would be wonderful. There's only 7 council people out of 40 that have signed on to this. We realize it's not that you have the power to make this happen, but Representative Jones being able to take your weight up to the General Assembly would be pretty wonderful. The other thing I want to mention is, NOAA is got the faith leaders coming out. So many people in the community are coming out to support folks who are immigrant and refugees. This is a chance for you to do that. And one other thing, Nicole Williams is not here tonight. She has resigned her role of coming and covering you all. You're not going to pass a resolution supporting Nicole Williams, but I want to recognize over 5,000 people in our community, residents, have regularly tuned in to her coverage of what you do here every day. And I want to honor her tonight for what she has been doing on our behalf in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our public comment period. Before we begin our public hearings, and without objection, regarding 2 bills on third reading, about which several folks on public comment just spoke, and for which we do not want community members to have to wait several hours, given the commitment by the bill's sponsor, Mr. Benton, to indefinitely defer them. I would recommend that we move agenda items 127 and 128. These are bills 872 and 873 regarding proposed zoning change on Franklin Limestone Road, to the front of the agenda for purposes of a motion by the sponsor for indefinite deferral on both, with a very brief explanation. Is there any objection to moving those forward? Okay. Seeing none, I will read the caption of these bills for the record, and then Mr. Benton, I will go to you for your motion, okay? All right, so agenda item 127, ordinance BL 2025-872, sponsor Benton, is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from AR2A to SP zoning for a portion of property located at 3187 Franklin Limestone Road, approximately 1,178 feet southwest of Mullins Circle. This is 23.48 acres to permit industrial uses. As well, its companion bill is agenda item 128, ordinance 873, which requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Mr. Benton, you're recognized for your motion, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, I would like to move to indefinitely defer, and just with a brief comment, if I could.
Okay, there's a motion to indefinitely defer 872 and 873. I heard a second. Go ahead, sir, a very brief explanation.
I want to move to defer this Franklin Limestone Warehouse project so that we can focus and deal with the safety and traffic concerns of the constituents, as you heard them. The first steps have already been taken to start that process, and with that, I'd like to move to indefinitely defer.
All right. Is there any discussion on the motion to defer both these bills indefinitely that was properly seconded? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. Both these bills have been indefinitely deferred. Okay. All right. Next, we're moving into our public hearing items. First is Section H of our agenda, and then very quickly, Section I, one resolution on public hearing, and then bills on public hearing. Spanish interpretation services are provided for all Metro Council public hearings. Council Office team member Karina Valdez is here as the interpreter. Ms. Valdez, will you please share how you can help?
Los servicios de interpretación en español estarán disponibles en la audiencia pública. Gracias.
Gracias, we appreciate you. All right, for those wishing to speak this evening as part of public hearings, please do state your name, but it is not required for you to provide your exact address if you do not wish to do so. You may want to tell us in what neighborhood or area you live, what your connection to an agenda item or project is, or who your council member is. All right, so for items, I'm stating this in a general sense, okay, not necessarily applicable to our first resolution about streetcar taps and garden, but for items on public hearing that will have a line, we ask that no more than 5 folks be standing and waiting to speak in the chamber at the same time so that our doorway is not blocked. Anticipating a high level of interest in agenda items 7, 8, and 9, Sponsor Horton regarding the proposed nation's UDO. We do have overflow queues out on the mezzanine, but we will draw our speakers first from inside the chamber, but it looks like we've got everybody inside the chamber and we're not needing those queues out there. But just in case our numbers do grow, I ask that you would please listen for and respect our council office staff's directions. Ms. Hayes Shacklet in the blue top right there is our council office staff team member who will be assisting and directing for purposes of public hearing and lining up. Okay? All right. So first, again, is Section H, Agenda Item 1. This is Resolution 2025-1378, Sponsor Coupon. This is a resolution exempting streetcar taps and garden located at 1325 3rd Avenue North from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. Mr. Coupon, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee reports, please.
Chair Hill for the report of government operations and regulations. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Hill. Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We voted to approve, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All righty. It's back to you, Mr. Coupon.
Thank you, Madam President. Open the public hearing.
All right. I declare the public hearing open on Mr. Coupon's resolution regarding streetcar taps and gardens. Would all members of the public here in support of this resolution, please raise your hand. All right. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this resolution, please raise your hand. Seeing no one here in opposition, do the folks here in support seek to be recognized to speak? They are shaking their head no, Mr. Coupon. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. Move approval.
All right. That's a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right. You have passed this resolution. Next, we're moving into bills on public hearing. Planning table. Hey, planning table. More quiet, please. Thank you. Okay. All right. So agenda item 2, ordinance BL 2025-703, sponsor Gadd, Horton, and Allen. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government of Nashville and Davidson County, applying a historic landmark overlay district for property located at 4301 Harding Pike, 296 feet southwest of Woodlawn Drive, Zone CS, and located within the Harding White Bridge Urban Design Overlay. This is 3.99 acres, and its companion bill, Agenda Item 3, is Ordinance 704, and it requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings in Bill 703. Sponsor Gadd, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam President. For those, I would like to address these both together and request that they be moved to the first calendar in October.
Okay.
And for those who are, may I go on for just a moment?
Yes, there is a motion to defer the public hearing for 703 and 704 to the first meeting in October. Is there a second for that motion? Okay, now go ahead, Ms. Gadd.
And for those in District 24 who are interested in this, this is the Bellmead Theater site location. So we'll be moving this for a public hearing and further discussion with the property owners for first meeting in October. So thank you, colleagues.
All right. You've heard the motion of Ms. Gadd. It's properly seconded, and you've heard the explanation for that as well. Is there any discussion on the motion to defer 703 and 704 to the first meeting in October? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right. These will be on the agenda at the first meeting in October. All right, next is agenda item 4, ordinance BL 2025-727, sponsor Benedict. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from RS 7.5 to R8A zoning for property located at 800 Gwynn Drive at the southeast corner of Patapsco Street and Gwynn Drive. This is 0.32 acres. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to defer this to the first meeting in September
Okay.
for the public hearing.
All right, is there a second? Okay, there is a motion to defer this bill to the public hearing, the first meeting in September. It's properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, this will be on the agenda at the first September meeting. Next is agenda item 5, ordinance BL 2025-796, sponsors Gamble and Allen. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from RS 20 to CSANS zoning for property located at 107 East Campbell Road, approximately 635 feet west of Gallatin Pike. This is 0.26 acres. Ms. Gamble, Chair, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move to defer this one meeting due to notice requirements. 2 meetings due
Okay.
to notice requirements.
All right, so you're wanting to defer the public hearing then to the first meeting in October?
Correct. First meeting in September.
The first meeting in September, which is 2 meetings. Thank you. Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, is there a second for that motion? Okay, there's a motion properly seconded to defer 796 to the public hearing at the first meeting in September. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, that will be on the agenda at the first September meeting. Next is agenda item 6, ordinance BL 2025-820, sponsors Huffman, Ellis, Bradford, Webb, and Spain. This is an ordinance amending Chapter 17.40 of the Metro Code of Laws to require written notice to the district council member for certain final site plans. Mr. Huffman, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Let's see, this is Title 17, and so this is zoning public hearing, so we're not going to be asking for committee reports this evening.
Then I will open the public hearing.
Okay. So I will declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this ordinance of Mr. Huffman's regarding notice, please raise your hands. All right, I don't see any, Mr. Huffman. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this ordinance, please raise your hand. All right, seeing none on either side, Mr. Huffman, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion.
Move for approval with a brief comment.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, and I'll be very brief. Essentially, what this legislation does is it provides an additional level of notification to the district level council member when 3 criteria are met. The first is the project itself has to include 5 or more units. It has to be rezoned in over 4 years, and it has to be located within 1,000 feet of residential zoning. So RS, RM. And essentially, there was one use case that happened in my district where it was formerly District 11. It was rezoned back in 2020. It came up this year, confused a lot of neighbors. I see this as an opportunity to close a loophole, and with that, I ask for your approval.
All right. There's a motion to approve. On second reading, it is properly seconded. You've heard a description by the sponsor. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right. This has passed its second of 3 readings. Okay. Now we are moving into agenda items 7, 8, and 9. Okay. These can all be taken up together for purposes of public hearing. I am going to read the captions into the record. These are all sponsored by Councilmember Horton. Agenda item 7 is ordinance BL 2025-830. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from RS 3.75, R6, R6A, RM9, RM20, RM20A, RM40, OR20, R6, MUN, MUNA, CN, CL, CS, and IR zonings to RM40 ANS, OR40A, MUNA, and MULA zoning for various properties located on the east and west sides of 51st Avenue north of I-440, between 63rd Avenue North and 43rd Avenue North, on the north side of Centennial Boulevard, and between Delaware Avenue and Louisiana Avenue to 56th Avenue North, south of Centennial Boulevard, and between Couch Drive and Linder Industrial Drive to 61st Avenue North on the west side of 51st Avenue North. This is 329.32 acres. Companions to this bill are agenda item 8, which is ordinance BL 2025-831. This is kind of the mapping and the UDO document and things. So the caption reads exactly the same. And then lastly, is agenda item 9, and this is Bill 832. Again, caption almost entirely the same, with the difference that this ordinance 832 requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of the buildings. Okay, so we've read all those into the record, and now I am going to recognize Councilman Horton. Sponsor Horton, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open on agenda items 7, 8, and 9, ordinances 830, 831, and 832 regarding the proposed nation's UDO. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hands? Okay. Let's see. Will those persons wishing to speak in support please come forward to the podium, no more than 5 at a time, please. Okay. Supporting speakers will go first. For purposes of our public hearing, and persons in opposition will speak after all those speaking in support have concluded. Again, I very respectfully ask that no more than 5 of you queue at a time. Okay? Thank you so much. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Good evening, council members. My name is Eric Patton. I live in Old Hickory Village. Hello, Jeff. I work in finance here in Nashville, and I'm here to speak in strong support of the nation's neighborhood plan. This plan addresses real challenges: stormwater management, tree canopy, walkability, and housing access. It's thoughtful, it's community informed, and it's a model for how we should grow without selling our soul. But let's not dance around the truth. The loudest voices fighting this plan are wealthy property owners who already got theirs and want to raise the ladder behind them. They're not worried about density. They're worried about who might move in. They're using language like neighborhood character and blanket upzoning to dress up a much older fear that if we make housing accessible, they might have to live next to someone they look down on. This is class warfare. It is redlining in a modern zip code, and it's Jim Crow in a cardigan sweater. They want to keep the riffraff out by making homeownership impossible for working families, service workers, and young people who love this city but can't afford to stay. Meanwhile, I sit across from clients every week, nurses, teachers, small business owners who are doing everything right and still being locked out of the housing market. And we know the data. Homeowners have a net worth 40 times that of renters. Blocking access to that future is not accidental, it's by design. Old Hickory has a mix of homes that serve people at every stage of life. The nation's plan builds on that same principle: community, not control. We can grow with the values, we can build with purpose, but only if we reject this coded gatekeeping and vote for a Nashville that makes room for everyone. Support the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized. Go ahead.
Madam President, council members, neighbors, I'm Eric Deems. My wife and I and our growing family live in District 20, and we are in great support for this plan and hope that you will encourage it as well. I first want to say thanks to Councilman Horton for his strong engagement in the community. We first met the council member knocking on our doors, as he knocked on thousands of doors when he was earning our vote. And we appreciate that he has continued knocking on our doors since. I think it's important to listen to those who are showing up and are active in their neighborhood. And the neighborhood association has met on this many times. The business owners in this neighborhood support this. Myself, as a Nashvilleian for 18 years, we want a Nashville for Nashvilleians. And the ability to afford to stay in place is really important. The opportunity to add a dadu in our backyard would be great. Not only because it's a place where my mother-in-law could go and stay, as she helps us right now with our 5-month-old. Having her in the house is great. We love that. I love her. But nonetheless, having the options maybe for even me to go could be fun. But in all seriousness, housing is a real problem in Nashville. The Unified Study talks about a need for 90,000 new units over the next 10 years. This helps us chip away in a very small way to a big need. So thank you. I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. I'm Richard Andrews. I'm a resident of the Nations and the current Nations Neighborhood Association president. Tonight, I'm pleased to speak on behalf of the NNA in support of the plan. The NNA is a volunteer organization of roughly a couple hundred engaged residents of the Nations who exist to make the Nations the best place to live, work, and play in Nashville. Sorry for the other council members. In terms of why we are supportive of Councilmember Horton's plan, it does help accomplish a couple key neighborhood objectives. One, helps to build a more walkable neighborhood for us, to help support our local businesses in the neighborhood, as well as provides a wider variety of housing options among some other key priorities. We greatly appreciate Councilmember Horton's engagement with us on this issue. He approached us back in January 2024 on this issue. Since then, we've had many meetings that have been publicly noticed to our membership, starting with the February 2024 meeting at the now defunct Harding House, where over 100 residents gave their feedback and asked questions about the plan. Again, in the fall, we had Metro Planning Department to our general neighborhood meeting. And then this spring, Councilmember Horton spoke again and gave an update on the plan. During this time, we've definitely kept our membership informed on the details of the plan through our regular email list to 1,300 residents. I do, however, want to acknowledge that many neighbors did learn about this plan for the first time when the signs went up around our neighborhood. So in response to their concerns, I do appreciate that Councilmember Horton had a town hall last Wednesday, the 30th, in the neighborhood with over 100 residents. Certainly there was more opposition in that meeting than we've heard from engaged members of the NNA over the last 18 months. And we certainly welcome these new voices to the discussion, particularly those from inside the neighborhood, and are greatly appreciative that so many people care about the future of the Nations And so for anyone in the neighborhood, I encourage you to get involved in the NNA and help shape the future of our neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Emily Fountain, and I am a resident of the Nations and a board member of the Nations Neighborhood Association. I'm here this evening to voice my strong support for the proposed rezoning bill and accompanying UDO set forth by my council member, Rollin Horton. I believe this bill accomplishes much-needed objectives for our neighborhood and our city writ large. The problem of missing middle-income housing in this city is becoming increasingly evident, and if we wish to remain a city where those who contribute and help build it can afford to live here, we have to intervene and make it easier to build the housing that is currently in short supply. The bill that Councilmember Horton proposed would allow our neighborhood to be a model for this middle-tier housing by allowing for additional types of housing in our neighborhood. For example, 4 units on a typical lot as opposed to 2, and a corresponding and more accessible price than a single-family home would generate. Moreover, the rezoning and bill and accompanying UDO serve additional goals of our neighborhood, including by creating the increased potential for more sidewalks in our neighborhood, either from the city or from developers, restrictions and provisions regarding tree coverage, and provisions related to stormwater and impervious surface ratios. I believe this rezoning and UDO will accomplish our objectives as a neighborhood while also providing important solutions to supply shortages while preserving the character that we know and love in the Nations. Finally, as a member of the board, Councilmember Horton has engaged the NNA extensively with these proposed bills, being a fixture of our meetings since last January. Of course, as these bills got closer to council, the opposition grew. While there are reasonable points within the opposition, potential parking issues to name one, I have personally heard a lot of misinformation and confusion as to how these bills function and what they do and do not allow. Opposition to the resolution itself is important. Opposition about fears that are unfounded or entirely non-germane to the proposals at issue or not. There are also extremely loud voices in the opposition claiming they were not informed, but who were at a number of specific nations planning and zoning meetings addressing this plan over the past year. It is disingenuous to its core. That said, I believe the plan is thorough, well thought out, and that the UDO serves as a mechanism to protect against many of the concerns.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. First, I want to thank Councilmember Horton for his tireless work for this effort, and I'd like to express my full support for this plan. I moved to the Nations 4 years ago, specifically for a number of key features, including the easy access to a number of very high-quality local businesses, a wide and diverse population, including young professionals, families, and people that wanted easy access to different parts of the city in a community that's warm and welcoming. And I've seen over the past couple of years how fast the Nations has developed as more people are moving in. And I also recognize that with that growth, there also needs to be more choice and more opportunity. And I believe that's one of the core features of this plan that enables people to have opportunity to move into housing they can afford and different housing that can be a part of their lifestyle and their options. And the other main part of this plan that I support is the ability to support local businesses. I'd hate to see some of the businesses on 51st Avenue, they've been there for quite a while now, closed because not enough people can support them. And the other feature is when you drive down Centennial Avenue, you see so many underutilized and open industrial lots that could become beneficial to the community if they were rezoned for commercial and retail businesses. So I urge your support for this plan, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening, council members. My name is Logan Elliott, and I currently live at 310 Whitsett Road in South Nashville. I lived in the Nations last year, and I'm familiar with the proposal and attended some of the community meetings. I was always impressed at these meetings at the conversation that was had and how neighbors were coming together in an optimistic way to try to guide the future of the neighborhood to get better outcomes for the Nations. I am an urban planner that's worked in zoning, so I'm familiar with how Nashville zoning works and the problems that Nashville faces that relate to zoning. And this UDO and rezoning is a good plan that meaningfully addresses the biggest challenges facing the neighborhood and utilizes the best tools that are available. This plan allows for smaller homes, which is needed because Nashville's new homes are, on average, some of the largest in the country. Nationally, household size is decreasing, and Nashville just continues to build larger and larger homes that end up housing less and less people. This plan requires that every lot preserves open space when redeveloping, which will help stormwater, trees, general quality of life. And currently, there's no requirement for open space in RS or R districts. There's also no requirement for trees in R or RS districts, and this plan will require trees. So this plan will make the nations a more livable urban neighborhood with smaller homes that gives people more options in terms of where and how they live, how they get around, and what they have access to, and empowers the community to guide growth instead of waiting for outside players to come in and change the zoning. So, zoning is about communities coming together to influence the built environment, and that's exactly what's happening here. And it's clear that the current system is not working well. And there's plenty of opportunity for improvement. And I think you have a good plan in front of you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, council members. My name is Olivia Rancine, and I also live at 310 Whitsett Road. I am an urban planner, and I worked for the planning department a few years back. I'm from this city. I spent much of my childhood in West Nashville, and I've also lived in the nation's neighborhood up until last summer. So as a planner for Metro, I attended and hosted many a community meeting, and trust me, I heard a lot of loud voices and tension and refusal to collaborate, but that is the opposite of the experience that I had when I attended meetings about this rezoning in the nations as a resident last summer. Folks were thoughtful and collaborative, and they were genuinely excited to welcome new neighbors, especially those that can't afford a single-family home. Folks, myself included, are attracted to the nations because of its amenities, including 2 parks, several great restaurants, and a lot of creative small businesses. But those businesses didn't locate there by accident. They're a direct result of multifamily development in the nations, whether that's apartment buildings on Centennial or 51st or townhomes, which have all brought more people in to support and grow these businesses. Multifamily has been key to making the nations a great neighborhood for people of all lifestyles and stages, and allowing a diversity of housing broadly under this rezoning will support existing amenities and hopefully bring in even more. At the end of the day, all this change does is provide more options so that we're allowing new housing to be more dense and more affordable. In fact, the Housing and Infrastructure Study found that the approach codified in this rezoning, allowing more smaller scale housing, can lower the cost of housing by $200,000 to $300,000 in price per home and $300 to $600 less in rent. This plan is rooted in best practice and study, and is the right thing to do. Please let good governance prevail tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you. Members of the council, Jeff Hines, Catalyst Design Group, 5100 Tennessee Avenue in the Nations. I actually come before you this evening representing myself and my partners in that we have our corporate office in the Nations. We own that property. My wife and I also own a second property that was her residence prior to us being married. So I am a stakeholder in this proceeding this evening. And what I would say to you is this is exactly what the nations needs as far as future growth and activity and opportunity. We do see, being a corporate business owner in the nations, we do have issues and struggle with folks that invest in corporate startups, small mom and pop retails, restaurants, struggle to get a foothold given the density. Now, over recent years, additional multifamily and a little bit denser housing has infilled, and that has helped. But what I would say to you is, in an area of Nashville that has a very interconnected street grid, offers mass transit for those that choose that route, certainly will be on the forefront of looking in future years at other options for transit, either on Charlotte Avenue or the interstate. I think as a business owner, this makes absolute sense for the nations, and I would ask for your support this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening, council. My name is Wesley Smith. I live on Centennial Boulevard in the Nations. Spoke at public comment at the Planning Commission. One thing I didn't say there that I think has not been said enough. Driving around the neighborhood, I've seen the Save the Nations signs. I see the stickers here tonight. I grew up in West Nashville. For generations, the Nations was a working class neighborhood up until about 15 years ago. So this idea of saving the nations, don't get me wrong, I love the character of our neighborhood. I love the great restaurants, but what we've not done is given ourselves the tools through zoning to maintain an affordable neighborhood that's attainable for the average Nashvilleian, for our teachers, for our firefighters, for working class people. That's something we need to be striving for in every neighborhood in this city. And I believe the plan in front of you tonight is intentional, it's thoughtful, and it has the support of the neighborhood businesses and residents. When it came to, we've heard about the nation's neighborhood association approving it. I want to talk about that number. It was 79% of people that voted. And in my experience, our neighborhood association is extremely accessible. For me to vote, all I had to do, I was emailed a Google form link. We had to prove that were residents in the neighborhood and we were able to vote. And that was very validating and welcoming as a renter, because oftentimes it is the perspective of homeowners that outweigh those of renters. And so as you hear the comments tonight, I hope you'll keep in mind also the people that aren't here tonight, the single mothers, the people that are working the night shift, right? The people that don't have the time to come down here and speak public comment. This will incrementally give us more housing options in the neighborhood, incrementally make our neighborhood more walkable. It's a great plan, and I hope you will vote yes on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, council members. My name is Catherine Rickmeyer, and I'm a Nations Neighborhood resident, and I strongly support the Nations Neighborhood Plan. I moved to Nashville 5 years ago. Since then, I have moved 5 times. It is not because I like moving, but because my rent has increased every single year. I am currently paying $1,250 to be a third roommate in the Nations. My story is far from unique. Nashville housing costs have continued to skyrocket. We're the 9th most expensive city for singles. 50% of Nashvilleians are cost burdened by rent, meaning they spend more than 30% of their monthly income on housing costs. Less than 7% of Nashvilleians can afford to buy a home here. The Nation's Neighborhood Plan will allow more middle-class housing options, so people like myself, I'm not even talking about affording to buy a home, I'm just trying to stay here. This plan will also increase tree coverage. I'm sure you guys have seen the stats. It will triple the tree requirements on residential lots. It will reduce stormwater. There's currently no impervious stormwater restrictions on residential lots. This imposes them. And it will prevent taller and skinnier single-family homes. I think we've seen all the memes on Music Shitty's account against tall and skinnies, and this will prevent this. This plan is supported, you heard from Richard, by the Nation's Neighborhood Association, the Nation's Small Business Committee, Metro Nashville's Planning Department gave it a positive recommendation, as well as Metro Nashville's Planning Commission. It received unanimous approval the other week. It has also, I've heard from people who say that they're realtors and they know better. Greater Nashville realtors praise this plan for balancing growth and preservation. They came out with that the other day. But most importantly, it's Nation's residents by myself. You'll hear a lot of misinformation later this evening from the opposition, but I would ask you to side with the facts and reputable supporters that I mentioned and pass this plan and do not defer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening, y'all. My name is Dren Benj. I'm a 20-year-old small media business owner, musician, and housing advocate, born and raised in Nashville. As y'all are well aware, housing affordability is the #1 issue facing the city. As a young person who, like I said, grew up in Nashville and is now navigating the city on my own, the affordability crisis is the largest barrier that folks my age face. It requires bold, balanced solutions that actually and meaningfully increase the supply of housing while reducing strain on our neighborhoods. Councilmember Rollin Horton's Nation's Neighborhood Plan does exactly that. The Nation's is a beautiful tapestry of residential, commercial, and industrial neighborhoods, and this plan addresses key issues faced by the outdated infrastructure and zoning standards that are holding these neighborhoods back. By setting standards for tree canopy, walkability, building height, and stormwater, the Nation's Neighborhood Plan takes on the adverse effects that rezonings and redevelopments often actually have on local residents across this city, and sets those standards and sets the bar. In other words, no more tall and skinnies that everybody here hates, that all of us hate. And so I love Nashville. I was born, I grew up here. This city made me who I am. That should not be a luxury. So for the sake of keeping Music City, please support and vote in favor of the nation's neighborhood plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jonathan, and I have lived in Nashville for most of my life. And even after moving a little bit more south, I still work all around the city. As a young student and someone hoping to eventually own a home, housing affordability is something that's really crucial to me. It's something I'm really passionate about and continue to research on my own. And it's something that's a real concern to many other young Nashvillians. Many young people want to stay and build their lives here, but rising prices and high interest rates push them away and make that dream harder to achieve. Allowing for multiple affordable options, such as detached units and multi-family housing, is a benefit to all seeking affordability. This plan was shaped with input from neighborhood leaders, local businesses, and strong support from the Planning Commission and Department. I urge you members to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, everybody. I'm Zach. I unfortunately do not have the privilege to live in the Nations. I live in District 28 in Antioch. But I wanted to come out here and voice my support for this resolution because it has been deliberative, it has been community focused, and it is the exact type of housing development that Nashville needs to present in all of its districts for us to remain one of the fastest growing cities in the United States, for us to remain sustainable and ecologically focused. So I want to commend Councilmember Horton and anyone who's helped you support and develop this. And I want to encourage every single one of you to consider plans like this in your districts. It is vital that we address this housing problem that is facing Nashville and looming over our entire nation now, and not wait until it is too late for us to address these issues that every one of us is facing in different ways in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, guys. Thank you for having me. My name is Angie Lawless, and I actually live in 12 South, and I'm sympathetic to people who are against this in terms of on my street, it was a dead-end street, and I had all these like great hopes of putting a basketball goal at the end of it and my kids playing at the end of it. And then it opened up and it became Waverly Belmont, and it turned into school traffic everywhere. And that was like really, it made me nervous. And I think there was a lot of consternation about it. But what happened was we get a little bit more traffic. It's a little bit more inconvenient. But the flip side is it's really good for the neighborhood, and my property value, I can promise you, has not suffered, and I do not think that property values will suffer from this. Obviously, Nashville has an affordable housing problem. I think Nashville could be looking at so many worse problems in terms of people want to be here. It's a great city. And, you know, when I was at the Apple store yesterday, there's a guy working there, and he said, I'm from Dallas, and he's talking about how much he wants to go back to Dallas. And aside from there's not enough two-step dancing here, what he said was, I can't live here. What? Dallas is cheaper for you to live, you feel like, than Nashville? And that made a really big impact on me. Listen, like, I don't know if this is the perfect plan, but what I do know is that we've got a council member who stepped up, who took, it sounds like 18 months, many community meetings, who has planning on board, who has the neighborhood association on board, who has tons of people here supporting it. And as elected officials, it is time to take action. It's not time to defer. It's time to, is affordable housing something that we're going to stand up for, or is it something that we're just going to use as a platform to sound good? And if it's not perfect, it's not enough. So then I encourage each of you to take it, make it better in each of your districts, but please take action tonight and vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'll keep my comments short here. So my name is Brandon Miller. I'm a real estate attorney in Nashville. I do not live in the Nations. I live in Wedgwood, Houston, which I think has a lot in common with the Nations. I've also done a lot of work sort of in the affordable housing space. So this is an issue that I really care a lot about. You know, so what I would say about this, I was at the Planning Commission meeting. You know, there was a vigorous debate, a lot of good points on both sides. But I think, you know, this plan is very much in keeping with the letter and the spirit of Nashville Next, as well as the unified housing strategy that I think is very important. If this sort of plan can't pass, I think we're all just giving lip service to wanting to make Nashville a place where our creative class can stay, and that is really like the soul of our city. It's the future of our city. You know, this plan is surely not perfect. There are always unintended consequences of any major change. But I think it's a really well thought out plan. It's had a lot of input from the community, from the planning department. It's got the neighborhood association. It's got the Nashville business, the nation's business community, as well as the Greater Nashville Association of Realtors has also, strongly endorsed this plan. I see, I remember the days when we were doing real estate closings for properties in the nations that were $20,000, $30,000. This community has changed a lot. A piece of a lot now is worth obviously a lot more than that. So I would say the same thing. This is a very important plan. It provides a blueprint for, I think, what our city needs to do to move forward. And I would strongly encourage everyone here today to vote in favor and not defer. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Ed Seifert. My wife and I have lived in the nation since 2017. We have 4 adult professional children who don't live in the nations because it's too expensive. So all I ask from you guys tonight is just listen to the facts, block out the noise, vote for the plan that is good for the nations and good for the city. This is about our city. And you have a real chance here to make a difference and move our city forward. This is not some ad lib plan. Councilmember Roland Horton has worked on this, as you've heard, for almost 2 years. He's engaged the community. I've been aware of this plan for nearly 2 years, and I support this plan, and I thank you for your time here tonight.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. Come on forward. You're recognized.
My name is David Baird. I have a business and own a commercial building in the nations for the past 10 years, so I've seen a lot of progress there. A couple of years ago, I wanted to get more involved in what was going on in the neighborhood, so I searched out a neighborhood association and found 2. One's the nation's neighborhood association, and the other one is the nation's business association. And so within that time period, I learned a lot about what was going on. And I guess about a year and a half ago, a little more, Councilman Horton told us and presented the plan, the neighborhood plan. And so the neighborhood association studied that quite a bit. We've had a lot of meetings. I would say it seems like every other month. And then about 6 months ago, I and another fellow joined the Planning and Zoning Committee, and partly because we were hearing a lot of misinformation and just misunderstandings about the plan. And so we wanted to help people understand what was going on and what the text meant, what rezoning or UDO guidelines meant. And so we've been answering phone calls, emails. The association has also had a representative from planning, from stormwater, from public works to answer questions. And I know that there's a lot of people who said they didn't know anything about the plan, and they don't. But it would be good if those people could also engage in the association a little more. I support the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. You're recognized. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Josh Haston. I live in District 6. I'm a staunch supporter of this plan. I hope you guys will too. There's a lot of people here that will provide a lot of insight into how they feel about this plan tonight. And you guys have a lot of hard choices. You guys are elected to make hard choices. I think and I hope that you'll make the right hard choice tonight because as leaders, we need to help support building 90,000 homes in the next decade. I can't speak for every developer that works in Nashville, but I know in the apartments that we build, we have over 2.2 kids per apartment home. So to put that 90,000 units into perspective, that's over 200,000 children that need homes in the next decade. That's a lot that we need to build. So I recognize that the state has preempted us from inclusionary zoning, and maybe you'll hear thoughts about that tonight from the opposition. And it's true that this plan does not force affordable housing in this neighborhood. But what it does do is it provides housing for all. It allows for economic filtering so that folks can buy or rent housing that's maybe your smaller footprint, to allow access to higher quality schools, to allow our businesses to have employees that are close by, that allow access to public transit for the 2/3 of Nashvillians that voted in favor of it. So there's a lot of great that this plan offers. I hope that you will make the right decision and move forward with this plan. And I hope that you will at least try to do a similar plan in your own districts, because we need the housing for our children that are going to run the city one day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Grace Skinner. I'm a native Nashvillian here to voice my strong support for the proposed zoning ordinance. As someone who's grown up in the city and watched it grow, I've become increasingly concerned about housing affordability, especially for essential workers like our teachers. We ask them to educate and care for our children, but many can't afford to live in the communities they serve. This is not sustainable. This plan by Councilman Horton is a step in the right direction. It creates opportunities for more diverse housing options, which means teachers, nurses, artists, and young families might actually be able to live here, not just commute in. This kind of inclusivity strengthens neighborhoods and communities. Beyond housing, this plan helps shape a more walkable, connected, and diverse. What stands out to me most is about this plan is it's not some rushed top-down approach. It's the product of years of community engagement, listening, refining, and adapting based on real input from neighbors. This process deserves to be respected. I urge you to support this ordinance, not just for those of us that live here today, but for the Nashvillians who will call this neighborhood home in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
My name's Dan May. I'm a native Nashvillian. I live on 51st Avenue and work on Centennial Boulevard in the Nations. I strongly support this plan. I think it's a great step toward making more affordable housing typologies legal in the Nations. I also think it balances lots of other community goods like tree, canopy, and stormwater requirements, as you've heard from others. And I want to commend Councilman Horton and the Neighborhood Association for the extraordinary lengths they've gone to engage the community. You've heard about the more than a dozen community meetings they've hosted. Those meetings have been well attended. They're also well publicized. The agendas go out to 1,300 people on their email list. They got to almost 7,000 people who follow them on Facebook and Instagram, and that's awesome. They also, which I appreciate as a working father of two, post the minutes and the slide presentations from those meetings online. So even if you can't make it to the meeting itself, you have a way to know what's going on in the neighborhood and to engage offline. There's also been tons of traditional media coverage of this plan. There was a Nashville Scene article that mentioned the plan in early 2024, more than 2 years ago. There was a Nashville Post article when the legislation was first filed about 4 months ago. In addition to all that, there have obviously been the 4 required mailings that have gone out to everybody in the neighborhood and signs all over the community. And so I guess I'd ask, if that's not enough community engagement to pass a rezoning, then what could possibly be enough community engagement? We don't have time to wait and defer this bill for more studies. We need to take action on our affordable housing issues now, and I hope you'll pass this legislation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Luke Watson. I own a business in the Nations, and I'll keep it brief. I'm a strong supporter of this ordinance, and I'm on the Nations Business Committee as well, and every business owner I've spoken with is also in support. So thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you listening to a long line of folks, and appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Counselors. My name is Andrea Pemberton, and I'm a graduate student at Vanderbilt University. I am also a caregiver to my mother, who's currently undergoing cancer treatments. I promise all of this is relevant. I live in Clifton Heights, Southwest, just on the other side of the railroad tracks from the Nations, and I'm here to express my strong support for the Nations Neighborhood Plan. Of course, you'll hear in the legislation about the tree canopies, addressing stormwater runoff, and preventing any new short-term rentals. But I would like to tell you what I'm most excited about, which is the opportunity for homeowners to build DADUs. All homeowners having an opportunity to supplement their own income and allow opportunities for students, knowing that the Nations is nearby several major campuses in Nashville, to have an opportunity to live in a thriving neighborhood, as well as for early career young professionals without being extremely rent burdened, while also supplementing income of homeowners in the Nations, is a win. I also a 2023 Harris poll from Bloomberg found that 45% of adults age 18 to 29 live at home with their parents because the cost of housing is too high, of crippling student debt, and an opportunity to save money so that they can afford their own homes. Having a DADU creates an alternative housing option that allows for adults to receive their adult children back into their homes without having to share the same roof, which comes with some challenges. Also, as a caregiver, DADUs provide an opportunity for homeowners to provide a living arrangement for sick or aging parents or for adult children with disabilities that allows for them to be proximate and provide care, but also allow for a measure of privacy, autonomy, and dignity by living in a DADU. So in short, please support this legislation and do not defer to allow individuals in the Nations to provide these opportunities for Nashvillians and for their children and for their parents. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening, council members. My name is Eva Bedell. I'm a West Nashville resident, and I'm speaking in support of the Nation's Neighborhood Plan. I moved to Nashville actually exactly 1 year ago today after I graduated college, and since then I've spent a lot of time researching areas of the city that can offer me some of the things that matter most to me in a neighborhood, those being a sense of community, walkability, green space and tree coverage, safety, and affordability. Unfortunately, I've found that it's nearly impossible to get all of these things in one place. I work full time, I still couldn't afford to live in neighborhoods like the Nation's that offer even just some of these qualities. Instead, I've had to make trade-offs, such as sacrificing proximity to my work downtown, all because there simply aren't enough affordable options that check the boxes for a livable and connected neighborhood with character and community. That's why I strongly support this plan. As a young person building a life here, I believe the future of Nashville depends on our ability to prioritize the main components of this proposal: affordability, tree coverage, and walkability. These things are not luxuries, they're necessary for both our communal and individual quality of life. They're what people are actively seeking in a place to call home. And if we want Nashville to continue growing in a healthy and sustainable way, we need to provide these opportunities. I also urge you to make your decision based on the facts and support coming directly from the people who know this area best: the Neighborhood Association, the Small Business Committee, the District 20 Council member, and the Metro Planning Department, who's given this plan a positive recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Ryan. I am a resident of the Nations. I own a house in the Nations. I actually grew up in Nashville. I'm one of the few, I think, that still live here. I've actually spent most of my life in the Nations, and I fully support this plan. I see it as a solution to some of the housing issues and some of the traffic issues the city has. I mean, we've spent a lot of the last 30 years restricting growth, restricting density, and forcing people to spread out, forcing people to live on the outskirts of town, and that makes traffic worse, that makes housing costs worse. I would love to see you guys support this plan tonight, and let's see it through. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead, come on forward. You're recognized.
Metro Council, Councilmember Horton, thank you for this opportunity to remind us that no matter what our position, there are many of us who care very deeply about this neighborhood, and it's easy to forget that. I'm Mike Barkin. We've owned a house in the Nations for 5 years. I've lived a lot of places, and I really love the Nations. Wouldn't consider myself a long timer, but I've deeply enjoyed our time. I love the character. I love the shops and the parks. That's why I want you to vote in favor of this proposal. I would not consider myself to be always in the know, but I first heard about this proposal well over a year ago. I'm not sure what else the group could have done to post notice of this around the neighborhood to discuss it for quite an extensive period of time. Most of the coherent dissent I've heard projected about this bill are important things to discuss, but are in many cases not relevant to the rezoning and in fact have pretty much nothing to do with the proposal in most cases. I'd like to use my time to highlight 4 things that I view as critically important that will not happen without this bill. The first is prevention of new short-term rentals like Airbnb. I don't think any of us want this. I just looked on my phone for October and there were 9 Airbnbs available with an average cost of about $300 per night. Not sure how you can compete with that compared to some of the rental costs, $1,250 for the third roommate. I mean, that's quite insane. No apartment buildings in the interior of the neighborhood. None of us want more 400-unit buildings, and this bill actually does something to prevent that. No parking in the alley if that's an opportunity. I've almost been hit a number of times while running. People don't look when they back up, and it's quite scary, and this will help with that. Green space requirements will significantly lower the heat impact of the neighborhood. It is much hotter in the Nations. And then impermeable surface limitations. I mean, we saw firsthand this year how bad the flooding can be in our neighborhood, and this will takes actions to mitigate that. This proposal takes a remarkable step forward, and I think that while there's a lot to...
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hey, Manon Hall, 1629 Good Day Court. I'm tired. We need more housing, and this allows for that. This is an urban neighborhood, and it deserves urban density. It deserves the services, the quality of life that this type of rezoning allows for. This UDO is incredibly well thought out. They've listened to community engagement and changed it. They added things that make it better for the people that didn't like it. And maybe that's not going to solve their problems with it, but I think it addressed a lot of their concerns. As a renter, I feel like a free agent in Nashville. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to afford to buy a home here, and that's okay. I'm okay with that because I love all of Nashville, and I'd love to live in any of your districts, and I would, give 110% for your community, for the neighborhood that I live in, because I think what makes Nashville Nashville is the people, and this allows for more people to stay and live in Nashville, and that's what we want. That's what this council should represent. I think you guys should reread this and look and see and make sure you understand that this is going to do a lot of great things in this community. It's going to allow for just better. Hey, I'm excited for more trees because right now kind of sucks to be a pedestrian. It sucks to walk around in the Nations because there's not a lot of trees, and this is going to require more trees to be there. And one of my favorite things that this council has done is remove the parking requirements across a lot of Nashville. And I think the fact that allowing for more density is not going to bring many people in with their cars. And a lot of people already have garages there and they can park in them. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you, council members. I'm Tyler Brasher, and I live here in Nashville. I'm going to be very brief. I'm just here to support this bill. We need to be doing everything that we can in the city to promote affordability, and this is a step in the right direction. So I'd urge your support for this. If anything, this bill cuts red tape, which we all despise, and makes it easier to open up options for our neighbors in this city to continue making Nashville great, because I believe it is a great city. We need it to be more affordable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized to speak in support of these bills? All right, seeing none, we will move on to the opposition. For those wishing to speak in opposition, Ms. Hayes Shacklet will organize you in groups of 5. If you would please come forward at her direction and line up at the podium. Give us a little minute to get started. Miss Rosie, are we good? All right, go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, thank you, Council, for hearing us today. My name is Lauren Magley. I live in the Nations. I am a renter in the Nations. I have lived here since 2017. I'm a commercial real estate broker and have a deep, deep understand of zoning. When this notice came in the mail, it was horrifying. I would like to clarify for Council that what we are talking about here is a blanket upzoning to multifamily by right of the entire Nation's neighborhood. The magnitude of this cannot be understated. This is the largest rezoning to ever happen in Metro Nashville, 330 acres, over 2,500 parcels affected. I also want to clarify for council, this is not just our commercial corridors that we are talking about. This is our homes. These are over 2,000 parcels that are affected. And we heard a lot about listening to the facts, and I would encourage all of you to please listen to the facts. The talking points that Mr. Horton has made sound great, but the reality is that's not the full scope. And I'm getting all my information. This is not my opinion. This is straight from the actual UDO document or Metro Code. I would like to read Metro Code's own description of what RM40 actually is. This is what is being proposed for all of our residential lots. RM40, these districts are designed for high-intensity multifamily development, typically characterized by mid and high-rise structures with structured parking. I ask you guys, does that sound like the plan that has been pitched? I ask you guys if you would do this to your constituents without community buy-in, without support. They have mentioned the neighborhood association meeting. There was a vote. Here is the list. There was 51 people who supported Mr. Horton's plan here. 51 people. That is less than 2% of us. I'm here today speaking for the other 98% who deserve their voice to be heard.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you. Your time is concluded. Next, please.
Hi, I'm Rachel Gladstone. I've lived in the Nations for 23 years. I'm a homeowner, and I'm neither wealthy nor a Jim Crow representative in a cardigan, as you can see. I've worked with Councilman Horton on several initiatives, which is why I was so surprised when I never heard from him. He has my number. Until I saw got the postcard, saw the zoning go up, figured out what was going on. A few of neighbors and I got together and canvassed 1,500 households, none of which had heard of this plan. Councilman Horton claims his outreach was all-encompassing, but as Lauren just said, 51 people voted for this out of 3,600 residents in the neighborhood. I can tell you some businesses that are not in favor. The Smoke and Vape Shop, Tin Wings, Lux and Luna, Sherwin-Williams, Stay Golden, Bay's Butters, Bare Bones Butcher, Greenleaf Auto Body, the Physical Therapy and Stop and Shop, and Alpine Window Cleaning, just to name a few. On July 30th, when we had our meeting with Councilman Horton, he claimed that actually the 1,800 apartments already in the pipeline are not affordable housing. We asked him to defer. A lot of people asked him to defer. He said no. And evidently this stance is not new for him. When he was interviewed by the scene in 2024, the reporter referred to the comment that had been made by his skeptical constituent who wondered if he'd run his idea by the powers that be. His response was, I am the powers that be. I'm the district councilman and I'm doing this. The consent of the governed has been a bedrock principle since the founding of this country, as is representational democracy. This does not sound like either of those to me. My hope this evening is that all of you not only agree with this bedrock principles, but will put them in action by deferring this bill until the community has had a chance to meet with our councilmen and address our many concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No clapping, please. Y'all have done such a good job up to this point. Please don't start clapping. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Corinne Schaefer. I've been a resident of the Nations for 18 years. I'm also a small business owner in the Nations, and I love our neighborhood and the balanced growth that we've seen since 2010. So I was shocked and disappointed to learn of Councilman Horton's proposal to rezone all of our residential lots from R6 to RM40. With support from only 1.9% of our neighborhood constituents. Without consideration for any other zoning options that could increase density without jeopardizing the landscape of our already diverse community. There are four, maybe five other zoning options available. I'm going off script a little bit here, but I wanted to point out that there are other options available that have yet to be considered. And I'm here tonight to voice my strong opposition to the proposed plans on behalf of myself and the 470 neighbors that have signed our neighborhoodchange.org petition over the last 6 days, and respectfully request that you disapprove or at a minimum, please defer the vote to allow more time for us to provide feedback and have a seat at the table to find a compromise that benefits our entire neighborhood. Letters of opposition to and in support of the proposed plans that were sent to the Planning Commission were 3 letters of opposition to every 1 letter of support from actual neighborhood constituents. Despite several planning commissioners recommending that our councilman talk with us about this, he pleased to have a town hall meeting, which happened last week for the very first time. He elected to proceed forward with tonight's vote without regard for those of us who voted him in office. Having worked for a large having worked for an institutional bank in multifamily affordable housing for much of my 20-year banking career, I find the narrative being pushed by our councilman that this will create affordable housing to be misleading. True affordable housing is defined as households who make less than 60% of the area median income, and I encourage you to disapprove or defer this vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Hi, my name is Molly, and I'm a nurse. I'm one of those working service members and a resident of the Nations. And when I'm not at work, you can find me in my garden, taking walks, or frequenting small businesses in our community. I chose the Nations because of its walkability and its true neighborhood feel. I support thoughtful development, and I would love more sidewalks. However, I'm deeply concerned about this rezoning proposal. It would allow dense 40-unit apartment complexes up to 50 feet high throughout our streets with false promises of affordable housing. That scale of change could permanently alter the character of the Nations, replacing front porches and neighbors with transient high-density developments. We need genuine, affordable housing solutions, not promises that put developers' profits ahead of our community's needs. Even more troubling is how this proposal has been pushed forward. Less than 2% of our neighbors supported it, and while 98% were never informed. Many of us learned about it just 2 weeks before the Planning Commission hearing, and our councilman repeatedly declined opportunities to defer and involve the community, despite widespread resident concerns. Roland, at the last meeting, when I asked where I should have heard about this plan, he told me to follow the Nation's 615 Instagram page. Well, I've been following that page for over 2 years, and not once has this plan ever been mentioned. We are not opposed to growth. We welcome it when it's thoughtful and supported by infrastructure. Why the rush? Why ignore the standard process of true public engagement for something this significant? Approving a massive rezoning without addressing infrastructure or listening to residents is not responsible governance. I urge you to defer this vote, not to stop progress, but to give the people who live here a real seat at the table and create a thoughtful plan that reflects the needs of the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Lenore Rosenblatt, and I live in the Nations. And I'm asking you to defer this vote on the basis of the fact that, as many others have said, nobody knew about it. I have been canvassing the neighborhood since I first heard about this about 2 weeks ago. Over 90% of the people I spoke to, when I spoke to a lot of people, never knew about this proposal until I mentioned it to them. So, as Roland has said, that we had been notified in a number of different ways. We have not. Also, I want to address the neighborhood meetings. Again, we've been told that we could have come to the neighborhood meetings. The meetings are in a bar, no problem with that. However, they're in a room that is up a very long staircase, which precludes the people who cannot walk upstairs coming to these meetings. This is not a good venue for us. Also, the room is open to the bar downstairs. I was at the last meeting. I could not hear the speakers. No one could hear anyone who was speaking unless you were in the front, right next to the speaker. Before Roland became our representative, we used to meet at a wonderful meeting room at the police station. What happened to that? And why are we meeting in a bar where, incidentally, people were constantly...
Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, my name's Anna Gohagen. I'm from Nashville. I've lived in the nation for 6 years. I bought my house in a sea of tall skinnies. It's a short squatty. And if my biggest, concern is, oh, and by the way, as a single female graphic designer and artist, let me let that sink in. So if I can do it, anyone can. And if you would stop tearing down the houses that were affordable, the old, affordable houses, still $500,000, then we wouldn't be in this predicament. And I don't think they're an eyesore. I think they're charming. My biggest concern is that had I known this was going on for apparently 2 years, maybe I wouldn't have bought it, because this currently is my backyard. This is a corner lot that my neighbor just sold. So now, instead of looking at my trees, I'll be looking at a quadruplex that goes all the way back to the end of the lot. Had I known that, I'd have saved my money. Community engagement's very important. There's no way that I've just missed all the signs. For 2 meetings for neighborhood groups to be the only deciding factor doesn't seem right to me. Even if I'd have known about the meetings, I probably wouldn't have been able to go since I was working. Call that, not being engaged. I call it working overtime to pay the bills. So that's all I've got. But I just urge you to reconsider, because you can't have trees in a quadruplex. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. I have a document I'm going to review, and tomorrow you'll find that in your mailboxes. We didn't get it here in time to be in your seats. But anyway, my concern is that.
Could you provide your name, sir?
Oh, sorry, Chris Rimke. I live off White Bridge. I'm in District 20. Ron's my councilman. But anyway, the concern I have is that you need a deferral for multiple reasons. For the folks you're hearing from, they agree far more than they disagree. All these affirmations they all like, but there's something missing here, and it's a plan. I mean, I keep hearing about this great plan in these 2 years. For those of you that know me, I'm a developer. I'm an architect. I've worked in all of these positions, and I counsel developers on how to get development done. First, you got to have a plan. There's no plan here. It's a colored map that went to planning. I don't even know why this is here, because the Planning Commission approved a plan without any infrastructure analysis, basically. So if I'm advising a client, and you'll find my assessment sheet on the back of your on your thing tomorrow, but ultimately a rezoning analysis is required. You've got easily 8 times more traffic here than would cause you to trigger one. That said, as you get into the infrastructure, there are 4 paragraphs that address infrastructure in the review that the Metro Council did. Things like traffic will be okay. It's got a well-connected grid. The schools, the assumption in student generation is too difficult to anticipate. I don't know how those things are telling you what's here, and a plan that would be submitted like you had at Wedgwood, Houston, like we would be required to do in the private sector, would resolve people understanding what's going on. This needs to be deferred back to the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Mark Taylor, and I live in the Nations. I'm asking you to defer so we can approach this in a smart and productive manner. So why are we pushing this forward without a comprehensive traffic impact study? The other thing is the housing and infrastructure study, is not yet completed yet. It's still in draft. So again, we haven't seen the data. The RM40 upzoning is actually RM40-A.NS, which for those of you that have Airbnbs, sorry, NS means no short term. So I think a lot of people should understand that fully. We also need a commitment for infrastructure cost, concurrent with density growth. Otherwise, we're going against Metro's own master plan, which is Nashville Next. But really, the real reason we're here tonight, this massive rezoning has been pushed forward with a flawed and inadequate public process that ignores the will of the people who live here. An elected official's main job is to represent all constituents. Pushing this proposal forward against overwhelming community opposition is a failure of that basic duty. I ask each of you, would you do this to your constituents without full buy-in, lots of town halls, workshops? That's how you bring a neighborhood together. That's how you build a neighborhood as a leader. So all we're asking is we're looking for a fair process. We want to, and I talked to Horton, we talked the other night at the town hall. I've given him some ideas. We have some ideas. We can make this a better plan. It's not an experiment. If we're going to do this, let's do it right. Let's make this a model for Nashville. So I thank you for your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
Thank you. My name's Melissa Morton. I've lived in the nation since 2008, so I've clearly seen a lot of growth. I think part of my hesitation for approval as well is because we've gone through this before. We had in like 2011 after the flood, when we started to see a lot of the changes, a massive UDO proposal. And Councilman Baker at the time understood that we wanted more community involvement than just the 30 people at the time who went to the neighborhood association meetings, me being a board member at the time. So the legislation that at that time was, deferred, we had a chance to talk about the corridors, and we gave them a lot of mixed-use space, apartment space, industrial and commercial space, rezoned. I don't think this residential rezone, just as a large swath, is an appropriate measure. I think that we should have some input. I know personally, I now have a wet weather creek in my backyard from the density that is increased since the 2010 flood. And that's by the definition of the Army Corps of Engineers. So I know that water is going to be a problem. I know that I haven't seen a water abatement plan. So I think there's a lot of room for engagement and information to be spread to the rest of the constituents and us have a seat at the table. So I ask for your deferment.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Nick Bailey. I live in Sylvan Park, which is not in the Nations, but it bumps right up on the Nations neighborhood. And I'm here to ask you to vote against this, or at the very least defer it. I think you've heard from a lot of people about such a sweeping, drastic rezoning, upzoning of 330 acres, thousands of homeowners having their property rezoned without really having a buy-in. I know the councilman thinks having a meeting at a neighborhood, local neighborhood establishment once a month might check the boxes, but when you've got the number of people who have signaled opposition against this, it tells you he hasn't done a good job, and he refuses to defer it because he wants to push it through. So I want to limit my comments, the rest of them, not to Mr. Horton, but to the other 39 members of this council, and ask you, this question occurred to me today when I was emailing with my councilwoman, Brenda Gadd, who assured me that she would never do anything like this in my neighborhood or in her district, which I appreciate. But it made me think, that prompts the question, why would any of the rest of you want to do this to this neighborhood? They don't deserve this. They need more input. This council member needs to have more dialogue with these people. I think what you've heard tonight and in the numbers you've heard, having 51 people say yes at a neighborhood meeting where there are thousands of property owners is not adequate. And so I would ask you to pump the brakes on this at the very least and defer it or outright defeat it. I've never, in all my years of coming up here to talk about bad zoning or good zoning, I've never seen anything this drastic. And I think this body has been very responsive to good zoning through the years, which is why we have such a desirable city and so many desirable neighborhoods. So please don't ruin this neighborhood for these people by voting in favor of this terrible zoning bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Council. My name is Michael Dixon. I've lived in the nation since I bought a house off Indiana Avenue back in 2017. Was really drawn to the strong sense of community in the neighborhood. Tonight, I'm asking you to defer this proposal that's currently under consideration. As written, this plan does not reflect the needs of the people who live here and raises serious concerns about infrastructure, process, and representation. Most residents only learned about the proposal in July through city mailers. That is far too late for meaningful engagement of a zoning change that impacts over 330 acres. Like many others, I've been scrambling to understand the full impact. At the recent town hall, Councilman Horton encouraged offline conversations, but when I reached out to you directly, I received no response. Unfortunately, that wasn't unique. The overwhelming theme in the room was clear. Our neighborhood was not properly informed, and our voices are not being heard. I'm not opposed to growth. I support it when it's thoughtful, community-driven, and backed by real planning. But this proposal is rushed and incomplete. Please defer this proposal. The residents of the nations have not had a meaningful voice in this process, and we should. It is the role of a council member to represent the people they serve and to act in the community's best interest. And that starts with listening. We're not asking for a perfect plan. We're asking for a fair, transparent process that includes the very people who will live with that outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Rachel Bergman. I live on Pennsylvania Avenue in the Nations. I'm asking you all to oppose this agenda item. The reason is I found out about this weeks ago, as others have said, just in a mailer. I'm active on social media, so are my neighbors. We hadn't heard anything about it. And so I asked for you to defer this, give it more thought before voting on it tonight. I think one illustration I'd like to say as well, on my street, Pennsylvania, often there are parked cars lining both sides of the street. There are no sidewalks. I really worry for the safety of my community because there are pedestrians and cars in close proximity. And so I would like to ask that some infrastructure changes be made first before we rush this and vote through on it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rachel Rustman, and I live on Michigan Avenue in the Nations. I'm here tonight to speak in strong opposition to the proposed zoning change. The residents of our neighborhood are united in our opposition to this proposal. However, it has become apparent that our collective voice is not being heard. Our councilman has shown that he is not listening to his constituents. At a neighborhood meeting in February 2024, when asked if he needed to run this plan past the powers that be, his response was a blatantly frank declaration of power. As Rachel previously said, he is quoted as saying, "I am the powers that be. I am the district council member, and I am doing this." His words make it clear. This proposal isn't about what is best for the residents of this neighborhood and those he represents. It is about what he wants to do. This evening, the vote before you is not just about a zoning proposal in my neighborhood. It's a test of whether you, the members of this council, believe in the principle of representative government. If you choose to support him, you are sending a clear message to every resident in this city that their wishes do not matter. We, the people, are the real powers that be, and we ask that you vote no to this.
Next, you're recognized. No clapping, please. Go ahead.
My name is Lauren Henderson, and I live in the Nations. We keep hearing buzzwords from Councilmember Horton, walkability and affordability, but this plan delivers neither. It doesn't guarantee walkability. Metro has no funding beyond one block, and developers can still build without adding sidewalks. Translation, more people still walking in the streets. It doesn't guarantee affordable housing, not one unit. Councilmember Horton admitted that at his first Councilmember Horton admitted that at his first town hall on July 30th, 2025, later saying we must be careful with the term affordable. That's not affordability. That's a spin on a word. He claims the UDO reflects community consensus. It doesn't. The Nation's Neighborhood Association is a private group, not accountable to voters. Yet a vote by just 51 people is being used to justify the largest zoning change in the Nashville's history. When I asked for additional proof of widespread agreement, I was told that the NNA vote was the only source. That's not a representation of democracy. That's an outsourcing public input to a small self-selecting circle. This plan was developed behind closed doors, selectively shared, and rushed forward. If Councilmember Horton truly valued community engagement, he would have reached out to all the residents, not just registered voters in 2023 when he was running for the seat. This plan does not reflect community consensus. We ask that you vote no so that we can have time to revisit and allow our voices to be heard. Passing it now will send one message. We, the people, have no voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, I'm Jessica Schrader, and I've lived in the nation since 2020. I strongly oppose the current version of the plan, specifically the developer bonus and blanket rezoning to RM40. Residents have been told that this plan limits height and scale. Councilmember Rollin Horton even posted on Nextdoor that, quote, "This plan restricts people from building taller and skinnier." He encouraged neighbors to base their views on the, quote, "official neighborhood plan." But what he linked to is not the full UDO. It's a marketing summary that misrepresents the true impact by highlighting benefits and omitting key provisions. This summary claims building heights will be capped at 35 to 45 feet, which I would support, but it makes no mention of the developer bonus that allows an extra 15 feet, meaning buildings up to 50 feet on interior streets and 60 feet on corners. These 5-story, 100 feet wide, multifamily buildings won't just be allowed, they'll be incentivized. And they won't be limited to 51st and Centennial. They'll be mid-block, towering over our 1 to 2-story homes. Those details are conveniently missing from the summary presented as the official document. It gives the impression this plan limits scale, but it will deliver the largest, most out-of-character development the nation has ever seen. It also proposes blanket rezoning from R6 to RM40, a major jump, allowing up to 40 units per acre. We should talk more about adding density smartly on major corridors, but RM40 across the entire neighborhood is inappropriate and it ignores the scale of our residential streets. This is bad policy, and the way it's been misrepresented is bad process. I urge you to vote no or defer until the full proposal is communicated transparently or a proper survey includes input from all nation's neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, my name's Antoinette Olison. I've lived in West Nashville for 20 years. I am here to respectfully oppose. I am concerned about the further decimation of Nashville's tree canopy and the displacement of struggling lower-income residents. Up until recently, I was the executive chair of the Sierra Club Middle Tennessee Group. As you know, we work towards social justice and protecting our most vulnerable and elderly and low-income residents in their neighborhoods. For instance, we fought the landfill expansion in Bordeaux. We have worked tirelessly to preserve our tree canopy, parks, forests, and work toward responsible growth that protects clean air and water, which requires mature tree preservation and infrastructure that protects Nashville from flooding and erosion issues. I attended the only widely advertised community meeting held by Horton. I was concerned when he admitted that in this zoning UDO, there is no specific protection for existing trees. And he answered yes, that it was possible that every single existing tree in all of the nations could be cut down under this plan. If you read the fine print in the text, you will see that at the end of the sentence regarding tree density requirement, it also says excluding the required tree density. So there is no protection for the canopy. You'll also read that developers can choose between preserving existing trees or planting new ones. We all know what they will do, and we will lose existing mature trees that prevent erosion and reduce stormwater runoff. New trees do not. Please don't allow our tree canopy to disappear. And I ask you, would you like the zoning UDO to be enacted in the neighborhood you live in?
Thank you.
If not, vote no. Thank you.
Hello, my name is William Farler. Thank you for listening. Thank you for paying attention. I've lived in Nashville pretty much my whole life and lived in apartments all over Nashville because I couldn't afford a house. I bought a house outside of Nashville. Later, I was able to move to Nashville, and I'm happy to be here. Nashville, if you don't know already, Nashville has been named #1 in the U.S. for a slowing housing market, and that's by Realtor.com, and that was back in July. The density of this UDO is specifically designed to target the existing residents living in the currently affordable houses that haven't already been demolished. It doesn't follow the Nashville Next, which calls for density on the corridors and preserving the neighborhoods that already exist. The density allowed by this UDO will be what is built. They will build the highest density allowed. This is the most profitable for the developers. This is about developers. This is about people coming in and buying up these properties because they're affordable. They can afford to buy a lot of them. They can put Airbnbs in these things. It does not create affordable housing. It will raise the rents. Anything they build will be just as expensive as is today or more. They're not forced to sell you a house at affordable prices. It's not there. They can build them right up to the property line on both sides of your house if you're already there. The current trend, if it continues for the existing homes that will be taken off the market and families will be wanting to buy a home, the new builds will turn into short-term rentals and for tourists especially. And you can see even the Marriott buys up houses. So it will snarl traffic, it will cause flooding, it will disrupt the current neighbors, and I totally oppose this, and I urge you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Hi, my name is Lindsay. I'm a homeowner and a resident living on Kentucky Avenue. Also a boring working class healthcare worker, and I run a weekly community run club called the Nations Run Club. I'm not on the Nations Association listserv. I guess I never got the memo, but they meet at the same time that we run. So I didn't know about the rezone until I got the papers in the month, or the papers in the mail last month, and I didn't get that email to vote. The Planning Commission meeting was the first Metro meeting I've ever attended, and I was really disappointed how our opinion was interpreted. Despite listening to my opposing neighbors speak for hours, somehow the commission came to the conclusion that we were closer to being on the same side since we both agreed that we needed more trees. So let me be clear today. I'm opposed to this bill because it does not have what residents want to see for thoughtful growth in our neighborhood. I have multiple concerns, particularly the lack of plans for pedestrian safety and parking, increased traffic, and stormwater runoff. As a runner, I'm all over the neighborhood almost on a daily basis. We have very, very few sidewalks in the Nations, and people walk with their dogs and strollers or right in the street, ducking in between parked cars as traffic goes by, just like me. By increasing the neighborhood density without planning for the increased car traffic and already dismal parking, this bill is a recipe for disaster for current and future residents. If this bill was resident-focused, it would call for the development of infrastructure and safety before or in alignment with allowing for increased density. If you want to make it walkable, then require the sidewalks, require the crossings. Proposing that stormwater runoff will be fixed by planting a few more young trees is comical. My road already becomes a waterfall when it rains, and this bill doesn't even protect our current tree canopy. I planted a few trees last year, and Route Nashville sends me that email weekly when my little baby tree has gotten its 10 gallons of water for the week. The Nations is unique, too, because of the limited access points with the Cumberland River underpasses at Briley and I-40 and the train tracks. So without thoughtful planning, this will be a nightmare. The planning of this bill is reactive instead of proactive, hoping we get sidewalks, sewers, and infrastructure. Please oppose and keep this a neighborhood.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Good evening, Madam Chair, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Matt, and I live in Michigan Avenue in the Nations. I'm a Nashville native. Please vote no or defer the decisions for the proposed Nations UDO and the blanket rezoning from R6 to RM40. These changes will permanently reshape our neighborhood, yet most of the 2,600 residents haven't been properly informed or engaged. At the recent town hall, y'all have heard that Councilmember Horton cited support of 51 people. That's less than 2% of our community. He's also leaned on a few select groups that don't represent the broader neighborhood. This process has lacked transparency. Key details like the 15-foot height bonus for developers, they're missing from the public-facing materials. I have personally walked door to door and spoke with over 45 households since I discovered this only 2 weeks ago. Only one was aware of the potential 50-foot tall, high-density housing on quiet residential streets. I'm not opposed to growth, but it needs to be thoughtful and context-sensitive. High-density multifamily buildings belong on corridors like 51st and Centennial, not tucked in interior residential blocks. Councilmember Horton has publicly dismissed residents who oppose the plan as a political group spreading misinformation. That kind of rhetoric shuts down honest public dialogue and silences concerned neighbors. If you support this now, you are endorsing these tactics and process. The process is incomplete. The people should have a say in this. Would you want your property rezoned without your knowledge and consent? I respectfully ask vote no or defer these bills until the residents of the neighborhood can be surveyed directly by mail, height bonuses are removed, context-sensitive zoning replaces RM40, and full transparent communication becomes a standard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you for your time tonight. I bought my first home in the Nations 6 years ago and was deeply proud to live in the Nations until the last few weeks. Last week, I engaged with Councilmember Rudin on this plan on Nextdoor and truly appreciate his engagement and ability to really listen. Councilmember Horton should learn from him. However, I will say I was shocked when Councilmember Rudin said that council members have purview over zoning, but have no purview or influence over infrastructure. If that's true, the council should focus more on coordinating the intersection of these, as they are both essential to creating a thriving Nashville. Also, if that's true, how can we believe that anything in Councilmember Horton's plan about increasing sidewalks and stormwater will come to fruition? According to the council member that I spoke to, Rudin, if Councilmember Horton or any council members have no oversight or power to enforce these essential infrastructure, he is misrepresenting his plans and lying to his constituents. This might explain why we live in a recently developed neighborhood that still has no sidewalks. I'm a staunch supporter of affordable housing and work for an anti-poverty nonprofit. Many of his supporters who spoke here tonight don't live in the Nations and keep saying that the Nations is too expensive. Well, that's true, but what they fail to mention is that it is a national and a Nashville problem, not just the Nations. I went to college here and in 2010 paid $700 to live in a townhouse walking distance to Hillsborough Village. I guarantee that is no longer the price, as the market dictates the price of housing. How will Councilmember Horton work with developers to ensure that these new apartments are in fact affordable for teachers, nurses, all of the workforce development people that his supporters keep naming? Of course he can't, and he won't, as he has no control over what developers price the units as. Therefore, this plan is not actually about affordable housing. We are willing to compromise, but Horton refuses to engage. I don't know if this is due to ego, political ambition, or potential personal benefit, but we are tired of elected officials making decisions that serve their own goals instead of the community.
Next, please.
Hi, my name is Katie. I've owned a home in the Nations for 8 years, and I'm speaking against this. We aren't here to say no to change. We are opposed to it. Over the last 2 weeks, I have attended the Planning Commission meeting, the Neighborhood Town Hall, the Nations Association meeting, and now this one. Every single time we ask Councilmember Horton a simple question about the plan, he cannot answer it. In fact, many of the answers he gave at the Town Hall meeting were incorrect and had to be corrected by a Planning Commission staff member. We have legitimate concerns about the lack of infrastructure in the Nations, including parking, traffic patterns, safety, and walkability. And this should be addressed before we increase the capacity by 400%. However, Horton is unable to answer a single question. In fact, after attending the neighborhood meeting on Wednesday, it became pretty obvious that he doesn't really understand what he's proposing. Horton was interviewed on the news the other day, and when discussing his reasoning for the largest and most unprecedented zoning change in Nashville history, he said, and I quote, "People want to walk to coffee, get a haircut, or get tacos." Horton may not know the neighborhood as well as I do, but I can currently walk to all three of these things. There are about 3 coffee shops within half a mile of each other. You just have to dodge cars until you get to 51st because they're on our sidewalks. Sure, tacos and coffee are nice, but they are absolutely not a reason to drastically and dramatically rezone over 300 acres of land without support. And it makes me question what Horton's real motives are behind this plan. We are asking Councilmember Horton to withdraw this proposal, or the council to vote to defer Thank you.
Thank you. You're recognized. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. I'm Alessandra Bellows. I've lived in the Nation since 2007. I grew up in rental housing, and my family and I benefited enormously from the affordability of that housing. And I really would welcome the opportunity for more actual affordable housing in my neighborhood. Nothing in this plan, however, guarantees affordable housing, as we know. And even the inclusive housing discussed by a previous speaker who supported the zoning change That's not supported by this either. All it does is incentivize developers to build whatever maximizes profit. Current rents in the Nations, I looked it up, average nearly $22,800 a month, and median house listings were $665K in June of this year. When I moved to District 20, almost 20 years ago, over half of the residents were tenants living in original homes. This tenant population was systematically evicted as houses sold to redevelopment. When we talk about rezoning and the UDO, we're promised that somehow there will magically be newly affordable housing through these provisions, but there aren't any facts, strategies, or provisions for this. Councilman Horton, I really appreciate the effort that you've put into this bill. I see this as an incredible opportunity. What I'm urging you to do is to defer this and address constituents' concerns and to create a plan that actually provides for affordable housing, not just in the Nations, but in Nashville. I understand that as an enormous need. I don't think that this bill does that, and I would like to see that happen, and I would like to see the constituents' concerns addressed. I urge you to defer this today.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Good evening. I'm James Wright from District 1, but I have a daughter that lives in the Nations. And my concern, I'm not here to bash anybody. First off, I want to thank all of you for your dedication to try to make Nashville a better place. Where would we be without you? So I thank you for that. But the thing I'm concerned about is, like they say, walkability. She lives in the Nations, so I know anytime I travel through the Nations, cars are on both sides of the street already because there's no parking, there's no garages. What's going to happen with more housing? What's going to happen? It'll be, the sidewalks aren't there. So I think we just need to be realistic with the plan and say, another thing, I've been, blessed and unblessed, may to say, to be here several times in the past. And always in the past, it would say who the property owner was, and it would say who the developer was. This just says various property owners. And I know, like the ones speaking now, they're not part of the plan. And the other thing I want to say about this plan is if the plan in itself is so good, how come on your website there's a proposed second plan where there's like streets drawn out and so on? It takes out from Delaware, between Delaware Ave and Louisiana Ave, which is quite a chunk. It drops it from 330 acres to 293 acres. If the first plan is so good, why is there a proposed second plan? I just think it needs to be looked out and done properly and thoroughly so that we really know what we're getting into. And as far as trees, where are they going to go? Maybe you could put them in the middle of the road to act as bumps in the road or something to slow traffic down. It's just, you have to be realistic and work with what you actually have to work with. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. You're next.
Hey, I'm Eric Schaefer. I've lived in the Nations for over 20 years, and I've seen a lot of change in that time. A lot of it's been really good, but I can tell you that this is not good. When I moved to the Nations, almost the entire neighborhood was affordable housing. It's why I moved there, because I could afford it. And so what happened? What happened was developers just realized that our lots were originally platted for 25 feet. Hey, we can develop two houses, tear down one old one, put two houses with no subdividing. So that's what they did. And that took away some of our affordable housing. What do they tear down? They tear down the older houses, the smaller houses, the more affordable houses. And so over the 20 years that I've lived there, they've been further and further replaced as the pressure builds on the owners of these older homes, whether they be landlords who, rent them for reasonable prices or longtime homeowners. The greater the pressure on these people, the less affordable housing there's going to be. There is still some affordable housing in the Nations. If you look around, you'll see the smaller, older homes that have stuck through all this development. If we rezone this, there's going to be even greater pressure on those few remaining affordable places in our neighborhood because the land will be even more valuable because developers can build even more luxury condos and apartments. So that's the exact opposite of what we want, which is more affordable housing. Same thing goes with the trees. That's great. That will require a couple extra saplings, but when they develop these lots, first thing to do is clear cut the old growth trees that have been there for 20 years. So as far as affordable housing and tree coverage goes, It's the opposite.
Thank you. Next, you're recognized.
Good evening. I'm Christina Wright. I'm a third-generation Nashvilleian. I've lived here my entire life. My daughters are fourth-generation Nashvilleians on both sides. We've seen a tremendous lot of change in Nashville. And when I go to visit my daughter in the Nations, there is no parking. You can hardly navigate the street. It becomes into a one-lane road. I have seen no provision for parking, and I don't think Nashville's infrastructure is ready for such a density. Also, when the tornado hit, the old homes, the ones with character, they stood the damage of the tornado. Yes, they were damaged, but the new structures were flattened. They were badly damaged. The old structures have character, the new don't. And that's what Nashville is known for, is architecture. Also, since 2020 and through 2024, homicides have increased over 100 each year. When you start talking about the density you've got here, crime will increase. We've already seen it in the past 4 years, and it's on the rise now. You need to work on your infrastructure, you need to work on your plan, and you need to beef up also our police force. And the future is in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, you're recognized. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you to the committee for being here so late too. My name is Lauren Miles. I live at Illinois Avenue. I am a fourth generation Nashvilleian. That was my mom. Thanks, Mom. I've been a resident of the nation since 2007. I'm also a middle class healthcare worker. I'm here to oppose the proposed rezoning of over 300 acres from R6 to RM40. The current R6 classification preserves medium density and neighborhood character. This proposal would allow up to 40 units per acre, an extreme shift that our streets, water systems, and transit cannot safely support. There's no requirement in the plan to include a real mixed use, nor commitments to address infrastructure before dense development begins. We all appreciate growth, but not at the cost of livability. We fear overwhelmed stormwater capacity, traffic congestion, loss of tree canopy, and the erosion of a neighborhood known for scale, human character, and modest densities. I respectfully urge you to consider a more balanced path, one that includes required infrastructure upgrades, transitions that respect current residents, and a real mixed-use mandates rather than developer-driven density. I've heard a lot about affordable housing tonight, and during the most recent committee meeting, Councilmember Horton stated that this would not be affordable housing, just lower housing prices, stating there was no plan for parking and the tree requirements were unenforceable. There are other zoning options that are not this drastic that would allow growth in a feasible way. I ask you, please vote no on this proposal until these key protections are added. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, go ahead.
That was my partner. My name is Herschel Pollard. I'm here today as a Nashville resident and a resident of the Nations on Illinois Avenue. Thank you to the council for your time. I appreciate you. I respectfully ask you to vote against the Nations rezoning because it is too complex and there are too many questions about the long-term impact. In response to concerns about this proposal, Councilmember Huffman wrote to a constituent, this legislation is not mass rezoning. He went on to say that it does not change the base zoning, nor does it allow increased density beyond what is currently permitted. But according to official documents, that's exactly what the proposal does. It is mass rezoning. It does in fact allow for significant increase in density. It is a fundamental change to what and how much can be built in the Nations. So Councilmember Huffman doesn't seem to really understand what this proposal does. There hasn't been much meaningful engagement with the neighborhood either. There's been a lot of scrambling over the last couple of weeks after we got our notifications in the mail about this meeting and the Planning Commission. I think that's why Councilman Horton did the last minute town hall about it. During that meeting, he seemed kind of confused about some points and had to be corrected by the subject matter expert from Metro. My question is this: if it's confusing to him, if it's confusing to Councilman Huffman, how are we as constituents supposed to understand it, especially when we only have a couple of weeks to read the plan and figure out what the heck is going on? So I ask you guys to try and vote again, or to vote against this, or for Councilman Horton to defer it indefinitely until we can figure out what's going on. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. My name's Logan Key, and I'm an 18-year resident of Nashville. And I want to thank all of you for your service to our city, and I also want to thank the staff who are here as well for their service. Madam Vice Mayor, I serve as Vice Chair of the Coalition for Nashville Neighborhoods. The coalition was begun almost 10 years ago as an advocacy group to ensure that our elected leaders and others in local government were hearing the voices of ordinary citizens when it came to matters of land use and property reuse and redevelopment and neighborhood conservation in general. And today we stand firmly with our allies in the nations who oppose this, ordinary citizens whose interests appear not to be sufficiently taken into consideration. We stand with those neighbors in their efforts to ask you the tough questions and to demand answers to the tough questions. Like what evidence you have that this proposal has support from even a bare majority of the community. Like what evidence you have that the community has been actively and sufficiently canvassed door to door. Like what evidence you have that this will support affordability, except for the age-old notion of trickle-down economics. Like what evidence you have that it won't exacerbate land speculation and that it won't be used as a future precedent to justify zoning against the wishes of a large carrying constituency, and how this pattern might be used in your own district to upzone property against constituents' will. Having lived here for many years, I understand and appreciate this body's long-standing tradition of deferring to the district council member on ordinary local zoning matters. However, I submit to you this is not an ordinary local zoning matter. This doesn't appear to be an individualized project. It appears to be an ideological effort to rezone a lot of people's property and a lot of neighbors' property against their interests. And therefore, we think you have an obligation to lean into the risk and vulnerability that comes with refusing to extend your support until there's more time for community participation and support.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening. I'm Amy Rimke, and I'm a voting member of District 20. I'm also a local realtor, and I support sensible growth. This UDO is being sold to us as a solution for affordability. That's not where we're going. We're already seeing small rental houses on small lots being sold for $500,000 to be torn down. It's pushing out a lot of people. The council's Unified Housing Study recommends a bottom-up strategy to preserve existing housing. That means starting with a focus on how low-income housing solutions first before we work on the top of the market. I want to read directly from the Unified Housing Strategy, which is the playbook delivered after Housing Infrastructure Study. From page 13, in well-functioning housing markets, new homes are added for wealthier households, and older homes gradually become more affordable over time. However, over the last 15 years, Nashville's market shift has put pressure on these moderately priced units to become more expensive, removing the primary source of housing for low and moderate income households. Nashville is already the most intensely gentrifying city in our nation. This UDO will only worsen that crisis. I urge you to defer and demand a plan that aligns with our city's stated goals, a plan that protects rather than displaces workforce families. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, come on forward. You're recognized.
Hi. My name is Teddy Knack, and I'm a resident of the Nations. I live on Kentucky Avenue. I wanted to come tonight and speak in opposition to the proposal as it's currently laid out. I'd like to echo some of the sentiments already expressed by other members of the opposition tonight, in that A lot of the support for this plan talk about wanting more density for affordable housing. I wish I believed this would do that. The one thing we know this will do is it will actually increase the property value of every lot in the residential zones of the nations as soon as it passes. There is nothing after that happens to make sure that the developers who acquire those lots make anything they develop affordable or accessible to lower income or middle income families. I don't think that this plan achieves one of its primary goals. And we know that because of the profit incentives for developers, it will increase density, but it won't deal with any of the infrastructure challenges we're already facing that will be exacerbated by that density, including complete lack of sidewalks, existing issues with stormwater management, tree canopy being diminished, and other issues that were brought up tonight. And I ask you to defer so that we can try to refine this plan further. It is the biggest zoning or bulk zoning proposal brought in Nashville, as some people have said tonight. It's not something that needs to be rushed. There are a lot of us with very thoughtful critiques of the plan here tonight, and I'm asking that you defer so that we can refine the plan to try to put together a better version that works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, members of the council. I am Dwayne Downey. I'm a recovering council member. Although the recovery keeps getting set back by folks calling because they continue to call. Just warning for those that are going to be rolling off here, the calls continue even when you're gone. I've sat on that side of this little wall, and I proudly was honored to serve those on this side of the wall. Today, I'm here representing some folks that called me asking for assistance on how they could address this issue. Because many of y'all, I'm sure, have had the phone call. I know you're not my council member, but insert blank. I've had those, and I had this call. So what they want to do is they want to be heard. And there's been a lot of folks here. But here's the crux. 167 years ago, during the Lincoln-Douglas debate, and for the record, I was not there at that debate, Lincoln said this, public sentiment is everything. With public sentiment, nothing can fail. Without it, nothing can succeed. A deferral on this grants the opportunity to develop the public sentiment. And a re-referral to the Plan Commission allows whatever amendments are done to this plan to be reconsidered. And I respectfully request that that's what be done, is it be deferred, hold community meetings with those residents that have not been included in the process because they're not part of the neighborhood association and the 51 members that voted for this, and then re-refer to the Planning Commission and move this along with the support of the community as a whole, or at the very least, those that you can gather. Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized in opposition? Seeing none, I will declare the public hearing closed. And Mr. Horton, it's to you on the first bill, BL 2025-830. These items were taken together for purposes of public hearing, but because there are substitutes, also known as amendments, on each of these bills, they have to be taken up separately. You are recognized, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Should I move approval of the substitute before giving comments or subsequently?
If you would just move approval of the bill itself to get it before.
Approval of the bill,
Okay.
please.
Is there a second? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'd like to move approval of the substitute with a brief comment.
Okay, is there a second for the motion to substitute? Go ahead.
First, this substitute is a housekeeping substitute that was prepared with the assistance of planning. It removes certain flood-prone properties as well as SPs that have concluded in the meantime. So I'd like to move approval of the substitute first, please.
Okay. The motion to substitute has been made and it has been properly seconded. You've heard an explanation of the substitute for 830 by Councilman Horton. There are quite a few members in the queue. Are members seeking to be recognized on the motion to substitute? Mr. Prepty on the motion to substitute. Okay, go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I rise for two particular reasons. First and foremost, to thank every single member of the public who's come out this evening, whether they're for this proposal or against it. I think that it's crucially important and vital that the community be involved in this process. And so I'm greatly thankful for every single individual who has come out and spoken. Second purpose that I rise is for a parliamentary inquiry. So with BLs 2025 830 and 831, they are bills that are amending Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code. And so my parliamentary inquiry is that if both of these bills are passed on second consideration or second reading, they are amendable on third reading. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
All Title 17 bills are amendable on third reading.
Yes, so that means that regardless of what happens this evening, the council will continue to consider this, and there will be further opportunities to amend this on third reading. So tonight is not the end all be all. There's plenty of opportunity to continue engaging in this process, working on getting concessions with the district council member, and making sure that it is amendable to address some of the concerns that have been expressed. So with that, I yield back my time. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
All right. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized on the motion to substitute in particular? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to substitute, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right. So the substitute, if you would, renew your motion, please, for approval as substituted, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval of the bill as substitute with a brief comment, please.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. What this bill does, paired with the companion UDO, is the result of nearly 2 years of community engagement dating back to October 2023 in our neighborhood. It has
Quiet, please.
It has encompassed every one of our community groups. It has encompassed HOAs. It has encompassed the local business association. It has encompassed church groups, and has encompassed the neighborhood association. Throughout this process, this plan has been continually shaped and refined and improved continually based on this community feedback, including most recently by the approximate 2-month deferral that happened after first reading. At the heart of this plan is a commitment to deliver on our neighborhood's priorities. That includes increased walkability. It includes enhanced tree coverage, providing different housing options for residents, as well as continuing to support our current and future neighborhood businesses. At the heart of it is a commitment to welcome new neighbors, people of different backgrounds, income levels, and stages of life, who will enhance and enrich every part of our community. That means more opportunities for young residents to stay in the neighborhoods where they've grown up, more opportunities for older residents to downsize without having to leave their neighborhood, as well as the chance for new Nashvillians to lay down roots. This plan is about more than accommodating change and growth. It's about planning ahead for it. For the first time, our neighborhood will see impervious surface ratio requirements to address the seriousness and mounting problem of flooding in our neighborhood. Currently, when growth comes to our neighborhood, residents can and frequently do cover the entire lot with impervious surface, like buildings and concrete. It's one reason that flooding is so bad and getting worse in our neighborhood. What this does is impose very strict impervious surface requirements to ensure that the ground can absorb stormwater as well as enhance green space. It also addresses the accelerating decline of our neighborhood's tree canopy. When growth has come to our neighborhood, developers do frequently clear the entire lot and cut down 4 or 5 healthy, mature trees and plant maybe one in its place. This has contributed to stormwater. It's one reason our neighborhood is so much hotter. On a given summer day, our neighborhood can be 4 or 5 degrees hotter than Councilmember Gadd's district across the street just because we've lost so many of our trees. What this proposal does is it triples the tree density unit requirement compared to what we're doing now, with an incentive to preserve healthy and mature trees. There has been a lot of work done as a community to ensure that this also addresses the aesthetics of growth. It brings down the height requirement from the current 3 stories to 35 feet, which is the height of a typical 2-story building, which is what's normal in our neighborhood, as well as make sure that the appearance of new development is consistent with our neighborhood character. We're currently working on a number of amendments that will consider on third to address some of the community concerns that we've heard most recently, such as the height bonus, which would allow certain properties to keep their current heights that they have entitled. I would like to thank everybody. I guess I have to stop there unless somebody will yield me a moment.
Mr. Prepty yielded back some time previously, so I'll allow it if you'll wrap up, please.
Okay, I'd like to thank everybody who's participated in this process. It has been a model of a neighborhood taking control over its future to shape itself. Many of the beneficial components of this plan have been shaped by people that were here in opposition today, and I thank them for their involvement in this as well as everybody that was not able to attend today. And with that, I'd like to renew my motion for approval, please. Thank you.
All right, so we are on to discussion of the motion to approve 830 as substituted on second reading. Ms. Stiles, do you seek to be recognized? You're top of the queue. You don't have to be recognized. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I actually wanted to make a motion to defer this for 3 months with a referral back to planning. So
no clapping, please.
I'm concerned. I think.
Hang on. Let's see if there's a, so your motion, please restate it. We have to make sure it's seconded. Okay, would you restate the motion for the record, just please?
Happily, yes.
It's been seconded.
I would like to defer this meeting for 3 months with a re-referral back to planning.
Defer the bill for 3 months. So that means 6 meetings.
Correct.
And
then a re-referral back to planning. When it's going to come back before us, I would like it to go back to the planning committee.
Special Counsel Darby, can you assist potentially in clarification of that motion? Because that's 6 meetings, but the re-referral back in the order of things, it hasn't been to committee yet. So, right, kind of the re-referral back to planning. Can you just address, you mean planning commission, to clarify?
Yes.
Okay.
Commission.
All right. So now that that motion has been clearly stated, I just want to make sure again that there is a second for that motion. Okay. Now, Ms. Darby, can you clarify from a parliamentary standpoint what that means at this juncture? Is that a proper motion?
A deferral motion is a proper motion.
Understood, but the re-referral at this juncture?
I think it would be a referral to the Planning Commission, and that would need to, I believe, occur prior to it coming back to the council, because Planning Commission looks at matters before they come to the council for consideration.
Okay, so when do you want it referred back to the Planning Commission? You want that to happen at what juncture? And I think that's, so it's, I'm feeling like the motion is insufficiently clear, so if we could just clarify that. And Ms. Milligan, if you can speak with Special Counsel Darby and confer on that. So can you be a little more precise about when in your motion you anticipate or would like it to go back to the Planning Commission?
Sure. So I'll try and be specific. I would like it to go, I would like this to be deferred. I would like it to go to the Planning Commission before it comes back to us. It will give enough time for Councilmember Horton to engage with his community fully, not just a small section of his district, but fully let it go back to the Planning Commission, hear all of this after input from everybody, and then come back to us. So if we're going to do 6 meetings, however that works, that Planning Commission meeting before that's 6 meeting.
Okay, Special Counsel, having spoken with the planning table, can you kind of opine on that a little bit further about how do we make sure that this is a proper motion?
The motion is proper. However, the Planning Commission won't take a matter under re-referral unless there has been a change from what they previously approved. At this point, there has been no change from what they previously approved. What they have previously approved is good for 2 years. So absent a 2-year passage or a significant change to, or change to their approval, they would not hear it again.
So in that case, this would just be a 6-meeting deferral, doesn't go back to the planning commission.
Okay.
And in that case, I would like to make that motion, just leave it as
So
6.
you're going to amend
Yes.
your motion for a 6-meeting deferral. Is
Yes,
there a
please.
second for that amended motion? Okay, that is the motion that is now before us. A deferral motion is a prevailing motion in the midst of discussion on a motion to approve. So now we are on to discussion about a 6-meeting deferral, okay? Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Prepty, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Just to clarify, with this particular motion, would, though it is to a date certain, would it have the effect of essentially creating an indefinite deferral on these bills?
Special Counsel Darby.
I'm looking to see what the day count is on that. And I do think it's more than 60 days. Give me a moment. It's 91 days. It doesn't create an indefinite deferral, but anything that has been deferred for longer than 60 days, which this one would have been, it has, when it comes back on the agenda, it will be deferred yet another meeting before being heard by the council.
That answers my question. Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay, all right. Ms. Stiles, I believe you wanted to have some time subsequent to your motion being kind of appropriately stated and confirmed. You do have some time to speak on your motion. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. While I appreciate that Councilmember Horton has held some meetings, it is very, very clear. History has shown us that when people wear stickers and T-shirts, we do not have consensus from constituents of support. And the amount of emails that we've gotten from people that are in District 20 that say they have not received anything or just saw a sign as they were driving by for this hearing means that this entire district wasn't engaged. And maybe that wasn't his intention. But if we can give them more time, that means mailers can go out to the entire district. So if they're not in those 320 some odd acres, they still live in the district. And if you're going to rezone that many acres, that affects everybody. So it would be negligent on our part to move something forward when we have this many people here saying that they are against it. I mean, some people are saying they just want an opportunity to talk more. They don't want to kill it. They just want an opportunity to be heard. And we all ran to represent our constituents. So if constituents come here and scream about my council member isn't listening to me or he's rude to me or, you know, any of those statements, it is on us to give him more time to communicate with his constituents. Let it come back here where people aren't this angry, hopefully. And maybe some of the changes that they want to see can be included in the next plan. But engagement is clearly a problem. So I do think deferring this for the 3 months gives him ample time to engage and come back and have full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stiles. And just as a point of clarification, Ms. Darby, on a Title 17 bill, the extra meeting that you mentioned, if you could clarify.
I misspoke earlier. The 60-day, the deferral over 60 days would not trigger the 1 week, the 1 meeting additional deferral because it's a Title 17 bill. So a Title 17 bill coming back on would just be back on the agenda after the deferral.
Okay, Ms. Benedict, you're recognized on, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to table that motion.
Okay. All right. Okay, there is a motion to table. The motion to defer 6 meetings. It has been properly seconded with multiple seconds. This is a debate at this juncture then between the primary maker of the motion, Ms. Stiles, and the maker of the tabling motion. Okay? So the debate has 3 minutes each for each of those folks discussing the motion to table. So with that, we will begin the debate. And is that correct, Ms. Darby? Okay. Okay, I have a note here that says 3 minutes each. I'm not sure from whence that came, but I guess since that's our usual time.
I'll agree to 3 minutes.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Benedict, you're recognized on the motion to table.
To confirm, so the person making the motion to table speaks first, is that right?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. All right. So when I heard this, I anticipated somebody would move to defer this. And I understand, I appreciate the explanation from this motion maker. The concern that I have is that this rezoning has gone through the full planning department review and it's received a recommendation from the staff. It had ample public notice. The sponsor of the bill deferred the bill from the May 6th public hearing to today. So a 3-month deferral already, and he's been doing the work out in the field. A deferral, it also has been passed by the plan, or moved for approval, recommended for approval from the Planning Commission. And they actually, I was there because I had a bill later on the agenda after this at the Planning Commission meeting, and they contemplated a deferral then. The challenge with the deferral then is that they wouldn't have met the 30-day charter requirement, and so the council, the zoning authority, would have been able to proceed without a recommendation from the Planning Commission. As all of us know, we like getting a recommendation from the Planning Commission. We have a Planning Commission because we want to hear from their expertise about the community plan of Nashville. There's no confusion about what this rezoning does. Planning staff has confirmed that 53% of the area has already been redeveloped in the past 17 years. This rezoning brings zoning in line with existing development patterns. It's not introducing anything new or extreme. And planning staff has also said that they expect only gradual change from this going forward. As we know, when 53% of a neighborhood has already turned, it's not going to go ahead and turn again in the next 5-10 years. The other thing is, there's no outstanding technical issues. There's just no reason that this cannot be decided now. And in addition to whether we should defer it 1 meeting or more, a deferral of 6 meetings is not something I've seen in 6 years on this body, right? If we want to have a deferral for something 3 months, again, it's already been deferred 3 months. If we want to defer it again for 3 months, not at the sponsor's request, then that's just not something we see. So I think also there's one other note that I had here. In regards to the size of this, in 2020, I passed an upzone of almost 1,100 acres, 1,093 acres we zoned in District 7 and a little bit of District 8 along Gallatin Pike, the former District 8. And that passed in 3 readings with no deferrals. We can do this. There's been down zones that have passed more quickly than this, that are larger than this. I think that we can get through this tonight, folks, and I would ask that you vote against this or vote with the tabling of the motion.
Yeah. Thank you. So just to clarify, the motion is a motion to table the motion for a 6-meeting deferral. Ms. Benedict has concluded her portion of the debate in support of the tabling motion. Ms. Stiles, you are now recognized for your 3 minutes in defense of your motion and against the motion to table.
Very much.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I think everything that I said previously still stands as to why we do need to move forward with this motion. I think there are some additional things that we should consider. In 2018, this area had an infrastructure study done, and it clearly stated that more was needed as that area was growing very quickly. Infrastructure was needed before moving forward. The amount of density that we're talking about, and as often as we talk about infrastructure needs, why would we add more development? And as someone who has the fastest growing part of the city right now, we are struggling with infrastructure and making sure that the grids are working and that we have proper piping and all of those things. I think we would be negligent here to ignore that and move forward. I also think many of us, myself included, when this came to the body was when I knew this was happening. And I think 2 years ago, we had a problem with communication in terms of wanting to do massive rezones and communicate with council members first about what you're trying to do so you can get support. If I'm just finding out about it and these constituents are saying they never heard about it until a sign came out, then the great engagement that is being claimed wasn't that great. I think it was just too small. And we do need more housing, but do we need more housing against the will of people that moved into neighborhoods for specific reasons? We need to figure out where we're putting our density. It's not that we don't want density, but it needs to be in an appropriate place. And why are we going to sit here tonight and say that all these constituents are wrong for the people that have lived here for over 10 years or the people that have lived here for just 2 or 3 years? They're frustrated and they deserve to be heard. I think there's a dangerous thing that comes with automatic, councilmatic courtesy. And I know I read that in a lot of emails. If it is clear that there's more work that needs to be done, it is incumbent upon us to say, hey, colleague, not trying to kill your bill, just trying to say maybe some more engagement is needed to make this bill better so you can have support, so you don't have people in stickers and t-shirts, and the bill does move through smoother that way. I think we've all seen when you turn around for a public hearing, the vice mayor says, hey, who's here in support or who's here in opposition, and there's nobody here. That's a bill that moves through smoothly. We don't have that tonight. So why not try and get to that place so when this comes back, people can say, I got a mailer, there was a meeting. Maybe I know that there was a meeting, but I didn't get to attend, but I know that he engaged more than just the people that this bill affects. This is an entire district. We need to be better. Let's do the right thing.
All right. So please do not clap. I have asked that multiple times this evening. Thank you. Okay. So now we have concluded the debate on the motion to table. This requires, a tabling motion requires a simple majority of those voting. Okay, if you are voting in the affirmative, if you're voting aye, that means you are voting with Ms. Benedict such that Ms. Stiles's 6-meeting deferral motion will be tabled. It will be put aside and disposed, okay? As I remind members often, this is not about volume, it is about number, okay? And so if everyone would just make a clear statement of their vote, again, we only require a simple majority of those voting for the tabling motion. All in favor of the motion to table, please say aye. Those against the motion to table. The motion to table prevails. Okay, we are back on to debate of the motion to approve as substituted. Point of order, Ms. Benedict, yes?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I was in the queue in order to speak on the bill. I ended up being in the queue to table that motion. Do I have to go back down to the bottom because I was in the queue to give a speech right now about the bill?
I
used my time to table.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Darn it.
Okay. Next in the queue for the motion to approve is substituted is Mr. Druffel. You're recognized, sir.
I want to speak with the bill, not on the substitute.
We've already put, yeah, it's approval of the bill as substituted. The bill has been substituted. Yes, sir.
Thanks. I want to oppose this. I have to say that some of the infrastructure issues that we've heard are pretty serious. For example, a traffic study was not conducted for this UDO, okay? If you're going to do anything, even in a small part of your area, They want to do a traffic study. So, you know, when you look at the implementation and the phases, may not consider the cumulative effect of all the traffic. So we're going to probably see this in phases, but what is really going to happen with traffic congestion, probably one of the most critical elements of infrastructure support is missing traffic impact and plan. In the housing and infrastructure study, community feedback emphasized the importance of maintaining neighborhood character, managing building heights, ensuring adequate infrastructure. We need to understand the traffic impact on the increased density, ensure there are plans to mitigate the density impact on traffic. The traffic is not just a District 20 issue, but impacts all of west of the nations. We need to really take this seriously. If you ask your constituents, what is the biggest issue? It's infrastructure. And guess where the biggest infrastructure issues is traffic. This is just one aspect that I don't think is baked for this particular thing. You've heard of all the other arguments, so I won't repeat them. But I believe this is one of the biggest issues that we need to address before we move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And thank you, colleagues, for just being here, listening to all of this debate. Thanks, everybody, for coming, the public. Regardless if you agree with this or not, it's very important that we hear from you. I'm going to go through a couple of points here, and the first starts off with the one thing that we all know, and that's that we need housing, period. Nashville's in a housing crisis. We can't keep saying that we support affordable and attainable housing and then block every tool that makes it possible. This UDO doesn't cause density. It helps shape it in a meaningful, thoughtful way that the community needs. Number two, this is something that's both in our purview and critically important. And we hear a lot about issues in council that we may not have direct authority of. Some people want to dig a tunnel through Nashville. We don't necessarily have a say in that, but this does. Land use and zoning are squarely within our responsibilities. This proposal not only falls within our authority, it also directly addresses one of the biggest challenges facing our city, the need for more housing. Number three, this is a proactive solution for smart growth. My colleague's proposal doesn't hand over the neighborhood to developers. It gives us guidelines that are predictable, enforceable, and that make future growth more consistent. It's about managing growth, not ignoring it. Number four, CM Hortman, he's been diligent, transparent, responsive. I've heard a lot of folks saying that he's not been. I just don't see that. Considering there's been a couple of people that quoted him in February 2024 talking about this, I think proves that point. Number five, the UDO encourages better urban design. Without the UDO, developers can still build, but with fewer rules. That's one point that I really want to drive home. Now, we're really at an inflection point here in Nashville. Either we start talking, either we stop talking and start taking action against the biggest problem that we have, or we continue to watch our housing crisis continue to snowball. Now, I didn't run for council to ignore problems, nor did you, nor did my colleague in District 20. That's why he's put forth the most comprehensive solution on a district level that aims to tackle this head on. Now, this council must weigh not just who speaks the loudest or the latest, but also the comprehensive outreach already conducted and the improvements that this UDO makes in zoning. I ask that you support this. I ask that you support the future of Nashville.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Gamble. Chair Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As the planning chair, I serve on the Planning Commission, and of course, I was at the meeting where the Planning Commission approved this plan unanimously. I will say that this plan, in my opinion, does, the UDO particularly, it's a great addition. I think that is a no-brainer as far as what is being proposed there. However, and I think the plan itself does align with the housing and infrastructure study because the recommended changes are along the corridors and within 1/4 of a mile within the neighborhood. However, I have concerns about the, what we are hearing from the community. We heard it at the Planning Commission meeting about neighbors who are directly impacted by this change, were not aware of it and weren't involved in the conversations over the 2 years. I do appreciate the council member for his engagement on this. I think it was much more than we've seen in the past, and I do appreciate the engagement that has been done. However, I think it would be prudent to allow more time so that those neighbors who felt left out of the conversation could add to the conversation and maybe add some ideas on how to amend this substitute to address some of the concerns that we've heard regarding parking, regarding more clarification on the sidewalk issue, and just more understanding overall. I find that there's misunderstanding about this bill on both sides in the community as well as in this council body. One council member actually responded to an email from one of my constituents with misinformation about this bill. So I think it would be prudent to have a little bit more time for all parties to have a better understanding of what is being proposed here. And with that being said, I would like to move for a 2-meeting deferral to allow more time for the council member to meet with those, particularly those neighbors who are directly impacted, so that they can feel like they're part of this conversation, and to add ideas to address concerns, and also to allow more time for all parties to have a better understanding of what is being proposed here.
Ms. Gamble, let me get clarification. This has come up in the past on the substantial difference of a motion when we've already made a motion to defer that has failed. So before we proceed with that motion, I want to confer with Special Counsel Darby. Mr. Parker, you have your hand up. Are you wanting a point of order in a similar vein, or do you have a point of order?
I was curious if I could move to table this. If you guys want to do your analysis of whether it's a proper motion, that's fine.
Okay.
I mean, whatever you prefer is fine.
Right.
I would like to move to table.
Okay. Okay. Both properly seconded. Let's stay in proper order here. Ms. Darby, by way of point of clarification, is the 2-meeting deferral a proper motion at this juncture? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I believe there needs to be a substantial change in the motion, and this is substantially similar to a 6-meeting deferral. The only thing that is different is the date certain. So according to Robert's rules, if a motion to defer to a date certain fails, which the last one did because it was tabled, then a motion to defer to another date certain would be improper unless there has been a substantial change in the motion itself.
Okay.
Or there's been material progress and debate such that the question giving rise to the deferral is no longer the same. I think the reason for the deferral is substantially similar to the previous motion to defer, which is to give time for more discussion.
Thank you. And just for clarification, this motion is a different date certain, so that's different. And then my argument for the deferral was a little bit different as well, so.
All right. So Ms. Stiles, after amending it several times, in the end, the final motion that was debated was a 6-meeting deferral. Ms. Gamble has made a motion for a 2-meeting deferral. It's been properly seconded. That said, I have inquired with Special Counsel Darby because I do recall that this has come up before about Robert's rules and the sufficiently substantial difference in the deferral motion. Some generally might opine that 6 and 2 are sufficiently different. But what I hear from Robert's rules, and if you would please, Margaret, just restate, because I think the latter part of it is the most significant part. And so if you would please give me your recommendation, and then I will rule whether it is a proper or conforming motion. If so, if you would just restate that for clarity purpose.
So if a motion to defer to a date certain fails, a new motion to defer to a different date is not in order unless there's been some substantial change in the motion or if there's been material progress in debate such that the question giving rise to the deferral is no longer the same. And I will add that in the past, we have treated adding a committee re-referral to the new motion as sufficiently different, such that the
But it hasn't been to committee yet, and we already took that up earlier.
That is correct. I'm giving that by way of example of how
Okay.
a substantial change to the motion has occurred in the past.
All right. Based on Ms. Darby, special counsel's advice relative to Robert's rules, it would be my ruling that that is not a proper motion at this time. Members can contest the ruling of the chair, but I feel like from the advice Ms. Darby has given, that that is not a proper motion here in the order of debate at present. Okay. So we will continue with debate on the motion to approve as substituted. Mr. Eastlick, you are recognized.
Thank you. In the past, especially when we're going through budgets, we see something similar to this. A lot of people coming in with the same script, wearing T-shirts all the same. We saw the same type of number and turnout as we do for those organized events. But these people, they're just regular people. They didn't get together, put together a script, buy T-shirts, pass them out, and come down here in one block. They just got in a car after work and came down here because they're concerned. They're really concerned. And we hear after those budget meetings from council members that those people turning out, those voices, that organized group had an effect. We changed the budget at times, add stuff for different groups. Does that apply here? These people aren't on the cause, and they're against what some people here want. But their voices are loud. They're many. And they want to be heard too. All they're asking for is more time. Again, when we ask sometimes with Metro on our reports, we seem to lean toward groups that give us the answer we want. These people didn't do that. These people are just regular people coming out, trying to get this done. And I think we ought to give them more time. If you listen to this, it screams quantity over quality. It sounds like Nash Vegas over Nashville. And that's not what we said we were going to do when at least me, when I ran. I want to make sure neighborhoods are protected. Residents who live here are valued as much as the ones that we want to move here, that we will tear down a house and put 4 up for. So I think we ought to listen to these people. And we also need to really understand what we're saying when we say affordable housing. Tearing down one house, putting up 4 at the same price isn't affordable. It's just smaller. And we need to recognize that. We need to make sure that we know what we're saying. So I'm trying to understand the tree canopy too. You're going to tear down something, put 4 houses on an acre or 40 houses on an acre. Where's the room for trees? And if you do put trees, it's going to be the little bitty ones that you just get at Home Depot. It's not going to be the ones that actually provide shade and help benefit the neighborhood. So I think we do need, whether this is a new, different, or whatever, a deferment is absolutely in order right now. And I would make a motion for a 3 meeting deferral, different in the fact that this date certain doesn't go over the line and cause another 1-week meeting, as well as it talks about different views in the fact that quantity over quality and making sure that what we say this will provide actually happens if we pass it. And if anybody thinks there are going to be a lot of amendments on 3rd reading, it's not happened since I got elected.
I didn't hear a motion in there, Mr. Eastlick.
I do make a motion for a 3 meeting deferment.
Okay. Based on the same advice that Special Counsel Darby provided and my ruling on the 2 meeting deferral that Ms. Gamble made, I do not believe that that is my ruling is that that's not a proper motion at this time. I would ask folks to consider how you could go around and around and around in circles. This is why Robert's Rule speaks to this, because you could be like 2 meeting deferral, 4 meeting deferral, 10 meeting deferral, 8 meeting deferral. I would ask members to consider, if you overplay your hand in your initial deferral motion and go big and fail, then a more prudent deferral motion is kind of knocked out, you know? So we are where we are at this juncture. You know, I think Robert's rules is clear, and we will continue with the debate. Ms. Sepulveda, you are recognized. Oh, pardon me, ma'am. Go ahead, Pro Tem.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am going to be voting in support of this legislation. I'm a renter. I also live in an apartment complex. I'm now the only council member who lives in an apartment complex. I live with a ton of people, and it's okay. I'm still here and safe. I am surrounded by neighbors every day. And I did watch the Planning Commission meeting. I was watching it from the laundromat. I watched all of the arguments on both sides. I watched what the planning department had to say. Now, my district is the second smallest geographical district in the entire county, second only to Councilmember Cash, because my district does not have universities. My district has several multifamily units, and we are getting more sidewalks every day. We have to fight for them just like everybody else in every other district. That's how it works. It takes time. And unless you have the people, it will take longer. This is what we have learned over the years. It is my 6th year on council. Still young, but you know what? I leave my apartment complex. I could go right across the street, get on the sidewalk, go right across the street, and go to a bakery, a grocery store, 2 barber shops, 3 now. Hooters is gone, but they're closing everywhere. So many different options, and it's all walkable. It's all walkable, and we are okay. It is good to have neighbors. Not everyone can afford to have a single family home. And I was looking at the data of renter data for all of our districts. There are a lot of people who deserve to live in an affordable place. I pay around $1,200 a month, and I have no neighbors, no roommates. I have a lot of neighbors, no roommates, around $1,200 a month. Y'all, we have to get serious about our housing issue. We do. And we have multifamily households where we have several different generations living under the same house because they cannot afford to live by themselves. So we have something here that is useful. And honestly, if I could do it in my district, I would. But my district is pretty much already developed with a bunch of multifamily units. But that doesn't mean we're going to stop there. We're going to look at every possible angle because people have to live in this city. We have a crisis, and we have to get serious about it. So I will be voting in support.
Councilman Parker, Chair Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And thanks to the council member for bringing this and the tremendous amount of engagement that's happened around this proposal and all the folks from the neighborhood who came out. You know, it's a really difficult question, a community that, I see a lot of parallels between what's happened in the nations in recent years and what's happening in much of District 5, you know, a community that's, you know, traditionally very accessible, very working class, very diverse racially and socioeconomically, kind of closing off and, you know, in the sort of decade plus that I've been paying attention to it, you know, it's just been, you just feel like something's just constantly getting out of reach and you don't know what to do about it. And you're trying to find things to do. And this community has kind of come up with a plan that they believe will help to address that situation and make it continue to be a community that is accessible to different kind of folks. And I really applaud that. As far as the process goes, I've read through the UDO document. It's very impressive. I think I'm very, very supportive of it, but I have sort of these like technical questions, like how does this height bonus intersect with this policy area and things like that. I don't think that this is the best venue for those discussions. I don't think that we're going to get substantive debate on technical aspects of the UDO on the floor right now. I mean, we've been debating various flavors of deferrals for 20, 25 minutes now. So, my ask would be for folks to get this to the committee stage. And Title 17 legislation, which both of these bills are, can be deferred as many times as is necessary. It can be amended on third reading, and we do that specifically because the process is that on second reading, we hear from the community. On third reading, it goes to the Planning and Zoning Committee. That'll be the Monday before whatever meeting third reading is on. So if it goes regular schedule, that would be the Monday before the next council meeting. The committee will debate this. We will discuss it. The committee can do a binding deferral at that point if it's deemed necessary. But I would ask folks, if you have substantive questions about this, if you want to propose amendments, that is the place to do it. That is the place to have that discussion. I don't think we're going to have a fruitful discussion on the floor here tonight. But again, it's really heartening to see a council member and a community come together to try to address what is, I consider, a very real problem. Some people don't consider it a problem for home values to skyrocket in an area and a place that used to be accessible to folks that are, teaching, or maybe they're working at Target or whatever, a place that used to be accessible. Some people don't think that's a problem. I think it's an enormous problem. It's happening all over Nashville, and I commend the nations for doing something about it.
Thank you. Next, Councilmember Evan Siegel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise. I think I've heard a lot of questions tonight about notice, and I just want to stand here and say I've spent a lot of time in the Nations. I campaigned a lot in the Nations. I've stayed in touch with the Nations. I've been to a lot of Nations Neighborhood Association meetings. I talk to Nations business owners a lot. It's pretty close to where I live, and there's just a lot of overlap in my professional and personal lives with the Nations. So I feel very connected to a lot of the different groups who have been here tonight talking about this. And I want to be clear that these meetings that have been talked about have been publicly noticed. I know many of them have been because I've attended some of them, and I am very careful about our rules because I don't want mean stares from.
Yes, point of order.
To clarify, is she supposed to be speaking on the topic of in support or against, or demeaning some of the folks that said that they didn't get the proper notice?
So please don't. We are on debate on the motion to approve. I believe Ms. Evan Siegel is contextualizing potentially her support here on the bill. So I think it's fair.
Okay.
Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't like mean stares from Special Counsel Darby suggesting that I might be violating public notice rules, and I'm very careful about those rules. I take those stares very seriously, as I think we all do. I think in a good way she cares about all of us not breaking the rules, and I don't want to break the rules. And so I've been very careful at all of the times that I've showed up to meetings in the Nations to make sure that if Councilmember Horton is there and I am there, that they are publicly noticed. Which isn't to say that everybody knows how to use the public notice calendar, but I think that one thing that will be helpful over the next 2 weeks and that we can talk about in committee is the 20 meetings that were publicly noticed over 18 months that were held in the Nations, and being able to ask questions about how those were noticed, who was there, what church groups support it, what business groups support it, because it's not just the neighborhood association, it is the business groups, it are the churches, it are the neighbors who are there and who are show up and who are involved in the neighborhood, which is often what a lot of us see in a lot of neighborhood meetings. And I think that will be helpful. And what I'm asking my colleagues to do is to give the council member time to talk about that, because I do think that it will make folks feel better to have that context over the next 2 weeks and to be able to talk about that in committee.
Thank you. Ms. Weiner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate it. This is not for me tonight about housing, because, yeah, we need housing. This is about communication and listening to our constituents. And when we were elected to listen to our constituents. Now, I know they've had a ton of meetings. I'm sure of it. What I also know is when I texted my daughter's best friend who lives in the Nations and has been there for quite some time, and this girl doesn't miss anything. I texted her and I said, what do you think about Councilmember Horton's bill? And she said, I don't really know enough about it because I just learned about it. When Haley comes to me and says, please listen and please give us an opportunity to hear more and to just understand more, we just need a couple of weeks to do it. And so while I shared with the council member just now that I would pass this on second, I want to make sure that that communication and that engagement for these constituents is what we would do for our own constituents in the midst of any proposal, not a vast proposal, any change. Everybody deserves to be heard and everybody deserves the opportunity to engage. And when there are people that are saying, we just want to be heard and we just want to understand, it behooves us to do those things. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Welsh, just reminder, we are on a motion to approve as substituted on the second of 3 readings. Go ahead. Oh, I got to turn your button on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, I understand that, and I rise in support of this bill. I want to make a couple points. First of all, most of the motions to defer tonight didn't even talk about the substance of the bill. Again, they talked about the communication. I don't know at what point we believe a council member when he's had 20 meetings, and there's always people who only find out about things when they get the notice from planning. That is just the way that things work. There's absolutely no way to ping every single person in a district. And I think that the work that the council member has done in terms of communication has been exemplary. And so I don't think that he can be faulted because people didn't see any one of the multitude of strings of communications he's made that time. We've heard arguments tonight about infrastructure. Infrastructure is built as other things are built. Those things are addressed. You don't get permits within Metro without building the infrastructure. We've heard arguments about traffic. Traffic increases over years. You cannot do traffic studies in those type of situations. It is just physically impossible to do that. The UDO addresses the infrastructure and the traffic and the tree canopy, all of those arguments that we heard against this. There will never be enough engagement. There will never be enough way to reach every single person. I think Representative Horton has done that. And I think the fact that this bill can be amended on third, and he's already said that it will be amended on third to address some of these issues, is reason enough that we as a council should trust our colleague and vote to approve this on second, and we can deal with new issues as they rise on third. So I ask my colleagues to please support this on second, and let's move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Benedict, you're recognized.
Previous question.
All right. Ms. Benedict has called the previous question. Did I hear a second? Okay. This is a non-debatable motion that requires 2/3 of those voting to prevail. If you want to call the previous question or you agree with that, that means that you are ending debate. Okay, and that we will move straight to the debate with no further discussion. If you want to continue discussion on the pending motion, you would vote no on calling the previous question. Okay, we will again try this first by voice. With my reminder to members, it is about number, not volume, please. And again, as this is a non-debatable motion, we will move ahead and move to the vote. All right. All in favor of the motion to call the previous question, please say aye. All against the motion, please say no. Okay, I think that's pretty clear. The previous question has been called, and we will move to the vote. So the motion that is before us is the motion to approve on its second of 3 readings as substituted. And I guess we're on second. We can do that by voice also at this juncture. Okay. Mr. Duffel, you seek to be recognized.
Chair, I ask that we put it on a roll call vote.
Okay. And do I need, I think we need, so I've got a motion, I have a second, but for roll call, I'm going to need a third. Is that correct, Ms. Darby? Okay, okay. All right, Mr. Clerk, then if you would please open the machine for a roll call vote on this motion. Ms. Hancock, are you seeking to vote? Ms. Hancock? It's time to vote, Ms. Hancock. Mr. Clerk, are all votes in? Okay, please show the vote. The motion passes with 26 votes in favor, 7 against, and 4 abstentions. So this passes its second reading as substituted. Now we will move on to the related companion bills. Mr. Horton, you are recognized on agenda item 8, ordinance BL 2025-831. I did read the caption for this bill, Ms. Darby, in advance of the public hearing, so were we good in good stead? Okay, Ms. Darby is telling me that I need to read the caption. Thank you for your patience. For 831, this is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro Government of Nashville and Davidson County by applying an urban design overlay district for various properties located on the east and west sides of 51st Avenue North, north of I-440, between 63rd Avenue North and 43rd Avenue North, on the north and south side of Centennial Boulevard, and between Delaware Avenue and Louisiana Avenue, to 56th Avenue North, south of Centennial Boulevard, and between Couch Drive and Linder Industrial Drive, to 61st Avenue North on the west side of 51st Avenue North, zoned RS 3.75, R6, R6A, RM9, RM20, RM20A, RM40, OR20, R6, MUN, MUNA, CN, CL, CS, and IR. This is 395 acres, and that is the end of the caption. Mr. Horton, you are recognized. I would ask the gallery, please, to be quiet. If you want to confer and discuss amongst yourselves, you're welcome. We really do appreciate you coming out tonight, but if you would please chat on the mezzanine. Thank you. Mr. Horton, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a substitute on this. I think first I need to move the bill.
Correct.
First, I'd like to move for approval, please.
Is there a second? Okay, it's before us. Now you can.
I'd like to move the substitute, please.
Okay. Would you like to describe the substitute?
The substitute accompanies the Planning Commission decision to accommodate changes from the original version of the bill and the geographic scope of it. And based on that, I'd like to move approval as amended, please.
Okay.
Or substituted.
Okay, so where we are now is there's a motion to substitute, okay? It's properly seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion to substitute? Seeing none, all in favor of the substitute, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, and if you would like to renew your motion now that the sub has passed.
I'd like to move approval as substituted, please.
Is there a second? Okay, is there any debate on the motion to approve 831 as substituted on second reading? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Okay. Do we need to go on the, no, we don't. Okay. We can just do this by voice, so I see you, but it's not sufficient to affect the vote. We have 2 noes, I believe. Okay. Fine. Any abstentions? Okay, Mr. Benton is an abstention. Ms. Lee is an abstention. And again, the noes were Ms. Ellis and Ms. Kimbrough. Is that correct? Yep. Okay. All right. Where are we?
I think we passed that, and I have one more companion.
Thank you. All right. So with that, that motion passes, and this bill has passed its second reading as substituted. Now we move to agenda item 9, also sponsor Horton. This is ordinance BL 2025-832. The words are exactly the same as the caption that I just read for 831, except it requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Mr. Horton, you're recognized.
I'd like to move the bill for approval, please.
Is there a second? Okay.
I'd like to move the substitute, please, which restricts or requires the restriction of certain building materials, please.
Okay. It's properly moved and seconded, the motion to substitute. Is there any discussion on the motion to substitute? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right. So now we need to get a final motion to approve as substituted, please, Mr. Horton.
I'd like to move the bill as substituted, please.
Okay. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no? Okay, Ms. Ellis. Any abstaining? Ms. Lee. Okay. All right. That has also passed its second of 3 readings as substituted. All right, on we go. Agenda item 10, at just a little bit past 10 o'clock. Ordinance BL 2025-837, sponsor Huffman, Gregg, Evans, Horton, Spain, Parker, and Coupin. This is ordinance amending section 17.20.030 of the Metro Code of Laws to eliminate the minimum parking requirements for the bar or nightclub use. Mr. Huffman, you're recognized, sir.
I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right. I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill? This is Mr. Huffman's Bill 837, regarding minimum parking requirements for bar and nightclub. Would all members here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Seeing no one here in opposition, does the person here in support seek to be recognized? Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Eliminate parking minimums. Thanks.
All right. Okay. Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized regarding this bill? Seeing none, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
Move for approval with a very brief comment.
Okay. Properly seconded. Go ahead, sir.
Just a couple of points of why we should do this. Number 1, it boosts walkability and transit use. Number 2, it improves land use. Number 3, it speeds development. Number 4, it aligns with modern land use goals that our planning department supports. I ask for your approval. Thank you.
All righty. Is there any discussion on this bill on, or rather ordinance on second reading? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, this is passed its second of 3 readings. Next are agenda items 11 and 12. They are companions to each other. Sponsor Benedict. It's ordinance BL 2025-882 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by amending a specific plan on properties located at 1007 and 1009 Solly Drive, approximately 150 feet west of Gallatin Pike, zoned RS 7.5 and SP. This is 3.31 acres to permit 55 multi-family residential units. And again, it's companion agenda item 12, Bill 883. All the same information in the previous caption, but the ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. These 2 items can be taken up for public hearing together. Ms. Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Ms. Benedict's ordinances 882 and 883. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition to the persons here in support seek to be recognized, they are shaking their head no, Ms. Benedict. And so with that, I will close, or rather declare the public hearing closed. It's back to you for a motion on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Okay, bills, plural. Properly moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve 882 and 883 on second reading? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right, these bills have both passed their second of 3 readings. Next is Agenda Item 13, Ordinance BL 2025-908, sponsor Benedict. This is an ordinance amending Chapters 17.08 and 17.16 of the Metro Code of Zoning Regulations to amend and add regulations pertaining to the beer and cigarette market use. Ms. Benedict, you are recognized again.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to defer this to the first meeting in September for the public hearing.
Is there a second? Okay, there's a motion to defer this second reading to the public hearing at the meeting of September 2nd. It is properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this motion to defer? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this is deferred to the meeting of September 2nd. Next is Agenda Item 14, Ordinance BL 2025-925, sponsor Hancock. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from RS 7.5 to R8 zoning for properties located at 346 and 350 Rio Vista Drive, approximately 727 feet east of Archwood Drive. This is 0.38 acres. Ms. Hancock, you're recognized.
Committee reports? We're doing a public hearing. I'm sorry. Please open public hearing.
Okay.
It's just so late. I'm not used to it still being public hearing.
Yep, we're all going to be dragging. We're going to need to lock in. Okay. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Ms. Hancock's bill about beer and cigarette. Nope, that's not what it is. It's about Archwood Drive.
It is late.
Yeah, woo, yeah. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing no one here on either side, Ms. Hancock, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve. Do I hear a second? Okay, thank you. Properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. This has passed its second of 3 readings. Next is Agenda Item 15, Ordinance BL 2025-926, sponsor Stiles. Ms. Stiles. Is Ms. Stiles in the room? Okay, this is an okay, I'm going to read the caption in the hope that she is back here in time. An ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro Government of Nashville and Davidson County. She's back. By amending a portion of a planned unit development overlay district on a portion of property located at 771 Bell Road at the northern corner of Bell Road and Mount View Road, zoned R8 and located within a corridor design overlay. This is 0.73 acres to permit non-residential uses. Ms. Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Good Lord.
Would you like to open the public hearing?
I would.
Okay.
Yes.
I declare the public hearing open on Ms. Stiles' Ordinance 926. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition to the persons here in support seek to be recognized to speak? They are shaking their heads no. And so with that, Ms. Stiles, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bill.
I'd like to move for approval, please.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or any abstaining? All right, so this bill has passed its second of 3 readings. Next is Agenda Item 16. Ms. Stiles, hang on, this is you as well. Ordinance BL 2025-927. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from R8 to MULA zoning for property located at 7, is this? different acreage, located also at 771 Bell Road at the northern corner of Bell Road and Mount View Road. This is 5.87 acres and within a planned unit development district. Okay, Ms. Stiles, I apologize. I guess these were somewhat companions to each other and we probably could have taken them together. But would you like to open the public hearing, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of Ms. Stiles 927, the second bill about 771 Bell Road, please raise your hands. Thank you all very much. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill, please raise your hands. Seeing none, do the folks here in support seek to be recognized to speak? I'm seeing head shakes with no. Thank you for being definitive in your no head shake. And so with that, Ms. Stiles, I will declare the public hearing closed and it's back to you for a motion on this bill.
Move for approval.
Okay. Is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Yeah.
Any voting no or abstaining? All right, that has passed as well. Thank you to you all for your patience back there. All right, next are agenda items 17 and 18. They are companions to each other. Sponsor Kimbrough. The first is ordinance BL 2025-928. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro Government of Nashville and Davidson County, by amending a specific plan on various properties located at the southwest corner of Hydes Ferry Road and East Stewart's Ferry Lane, zoned SP. This is 5.43 acres to permit 28 multifamily residential units. And its companion, again, agenda item 18, ordinance 929, all the same information in that caption, except the addition that this requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. So Ms. Kimbrough, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Councilmember Kimbrough's ordinances 928 and 929. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hand? Okay, just one hand, sir. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition to the persons here in support seek to be recognized or speak, they are shaking their heads no. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed and it's back to you, Ms. Kimbrough, for a motion on your bills.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval.
Is there a second? Okay, there is a motion to approve both 928 and 929 on its their second of three readings. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, both these bills have passed second reading. Okay, next is agenda item 19. This is ordinance BL 2025-930, sponsor Hancock, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro Government, by changing from RS 7.5 to R8 zoning for property located at 370 Rio Vista Drive, approximately 348 feet southeast of Anderson Lane. This is 0.19 acres. Ms. Hancock, you are recognized.
Vice Mayor, would you please open the public hearing?
I will declare the public hearing open on Ms. Hancock's Bill 930. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing no one here on either side, Ms. Hancock, I will declare the public hearing closed and it's back to you for a motion on this bill.
I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or abstaining? All right, this is passed its second of three readings. Next, Councilmember Stiles, you have two bills. They are companions to each other, agenda item 20 and 21. The first is ordinance BL 2025-931. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro Government, by amending a portion of the preliminary plan for property located at Eagle View Boulevard unnumbered at the northeast corner of Eagle View Boulevard and Baby Ruth Lane, zoned MUL and RM9 14.57 acres and within the Ridgeview Urban Design Overlay District to permit 376 multifamily residential units, all of which is described herein. I think perhaps I recall we have a technical issue with this around redundancy. There's also another Bill 932 that it is its companion. And so with that, Ms. Stiles, I'll recognize you.
Yes, I'd like to withdraw both bills. We've actually gone through this. It was a mistake that it came back
Clerical
through us
error,
again.
okay? Just for the record, 931 and 932 have been withdrawn by the sponsor for clerical redundancy, okay? All right, next are agenda items 22 and 23. These are ordinances BL 2025-933 and its companion 934, both sponsor Coupon. 933 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by amending a specific plan on property located at 3rd Avenue North unnumbered, approximately 150 feet north of Van Buren Street, zoned SP. This is 0.29 acres to permit a mixed-use development. And again, same caption for 934, except that this ordinance will require certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Mr. Coupon, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Open the public hearing, please.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Mr. Coupon's bills 933 and 934. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members here in opposition to these bills please raise your hand? Seeing none, do those folks here in support seek to be recognized? They are shaking their head no. And so with that, Mr. Coupon, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on your bills.
Thank you, Madam President. Move approval.
All right. There's a motion to approve. Is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on these bills? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right. 933 and 934 have passed their second of 3 readings. Next on public hearings, agenda item 24. This is ordinance BL 2025-935, sponsor Hancock. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from RS 7.5 to R8 zoning for property located at 326, this seems familiar, Rio Vista Drive, approximately 780 feet east of Archwood Drive. This is 0.19 acres. That literally seems exactly the same as 930, but whatever. Go ahead, Ms. Hancock, you're recognized.
They're all different 3 addresses.
Got it.
And please open the public
Okay,
hearing.
I declare the public hearing open for Ms. Hancock's ordinance 935. Would all members of the public here in support of this ordinance please raise your hand? Would all members of the public here in opposition to this ordinance please raise your hand? Seeing no one here on either side, Ms. Hancock, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on this bill.
I'd like to move for approval.
Is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, that has passed its second of 3 readings. Next are agenda items 25 and 26, both sponsor Harrell. They are companions to each other. The first is ordinance BL 2025-936, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government of Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from AR2A to SP zoning for property located at 2304 Hobson Pike, approximately 184 feet east of Beach Mist Way, 12.15 acres to permit 59 multifamily residential units. And again, exact same caption with the exception that 937, its companion, requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilman Harrell, you are recognized, sir.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'd like to open a public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open on Councilman Harrell's ordinances 936 and 937. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hands? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition, do the persons here in support seek to be recognized or to speak? They are shaking their heads no. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Mr. Harrell, for a motion on these bills.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, Mr. Harrell has moved approval of 937 and, or rather 936 and 937 on second reading. It's properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, 936 and 937 have passed their second of 3 readings. Next is agenda item 27, ordinance BL 2025-938, sponsored Gamble. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from RS20 to R20 zoning for property located at 713 Van Trees Road, approximately 430 feet east of East Marathona Road. This is 0.97 acres. Ms. Gamble, you are recognized, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Ms. Gamble's ordinance 938. Would all members of the public here in support of this ordinance please raise your hand? Would all members of the public here in opposition to this ordinance please raise your hand? Seeing none on either side, Chair Gamble, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on this bill.
Move for approval.
Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this bill? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, that has passed second reading. Next is agenda item 28, ordinance BL 2025-939, sponsor Hancock. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 605 Center Street at the eastern corner of Center Street and Hospital Drive. This is 0.57 acres. Ms. Hancock, you're recognized.
I'd like to open at the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open on Ms. Hancock's Bill 939 regarding Center Street. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition, does the gentleman here in support seek to be recognized? He is shaking his head no, Ms. Hancock, and so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion.
I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, this is past its second reading. Next is agenda item 29, ordinance BL 2025-940, sponsor VO. Do we have an additional sponsor that has signed on to this bill? Okay, Mr. Prep-T, Mr. Clerk, would you make a note that Mr. Prep-T has signed on to this bill, please, sir? Okay, sponsors VO and Prep-T. This is I can't remember if I said it was ordinance 940, but it's to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by canceling a portion of a planned unit development on property located at 562 Rosedale Avenue, approximately 130 feet south of Fairground Court, zoned OR20. This is 0.22 acres. Mr. Prep-T, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Move to open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open on Ms. Vo and Mr. Prep-T's ordinance 940 regarding Rosedale Avenue. Would all members of the public here in support of this ordinance please say, or not say aye, raise your hands. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this ordinance please raise your hand? Seeing no one here on either side, Mr. Prep-T, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on this bill.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Move approval.
All right. There's a motion to approve. It is properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right. This has passed its second reading. Next are agenda items 30 and 31. They are companions to each other. Sponsor is Mr. Rutherford. The first is ordinance BL 2025-941. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from AR2A to SP zoning for property located at Old Hickory Boulevard unnumbered, approximately 2,502 feet southwest of Harris Hills Lane. This is 25.44 acres to permit 52 single-family lots and 50 family multi-residential units. And again, its companion, agenda item 31, which is ordinance 942, exact same caption with the addition that the ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Vice Chair Rutherford, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Open the public hearing, please.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Mr. Rutherford's ordinances 941 and 942. Would all members of the public here in support of these bills please raise your hand? Thank you. Would all members of the public here in opposition to these bills please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition to the gentleman here in support seek to be recognized, they're shaking their head no, Mr. Rutherford. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed. And it's back to you for motion on these bills.
Move approval of both bills.
Okay. Is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. Approval for 941 and 942. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, 941 and 942 have passed their second of 3 readings. Next is agenda item 32, ordinance BL 2025-943, sponsor Kimbrough. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from RM15 ANS to OR20 zoning for properties located at 1918 South Hamilton Road, 1918B South Hamilton Road, 1920 South Hamilton, and 3121 and 3123 River Drive at the southern corner of River Drive in South Hamilton. This is 0.3 acres. Ms. Kimbrough, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
I declare the public hearing open for Ms. Kimbrough's Bill 943. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Thank you, sir. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hands? Seeing no one here in opposition, does the gentleman in the back seek to be recognized to speak in support? He is shaking his head vigorously no. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed. And it's back to you for a motion on this bill.
I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Properly moved and seconded for the approval of 943. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its second of 3 readings. Agenda item 33, ordinance BL 2025-944, sponsor Evans. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from AR2A to RS15 and RS10 zoning for properties located at 6258 and 6266 North New Hope Road at the southwestern corner of North New Hope Road and Glen Tree Drive. This is 2.29 acres. Council Member Evans, Chair, you are recognized. Ms. Evans, is Ms. Evans in the room? Okay. Can somebody just see if Ms. Evans is here? Okay. Does she appear to be departed, Mr. Bradford? Okay. Yep, go ahead. Okay. Do we think that Ms. Evans would have a preference for someone in the area versus just our rules chair, which is kind of our default? All right. Yep, I get you. I'm going to just, Mr. Huffman, I'm going to let you sign on to that one. Mr. Clerk, if you would make a note of it. And go ahead, Mr. Huffman. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open for Ms. Evans and Mr. Huffman's ordinance 944. Would all members of the public here in support of this ordinance please raise your hand? Thank you, sir. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition, does the gentleman in support seek to be recognized? He's shaking his head no, Mr. Huffman. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed. Yeah, you're on to a motion, sir.
Move for approval.
Okay. Properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, 944 has passed its second of 3 readings. Next, 3 remaining colleagues on public hearing. Agenda item 34, sponsor Harrell. This is ordinance BL 2025-945, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government by changing from AR2A to RM9 ANS zoning for property located at 3802 Pinhook Road, approximately 142 feet west of Pin Oak Drive, 1.83 acres. Mr. Harrell, you recognize, sir?
Madam Vice Mayor, I would like to open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open for Mr. Harrell's Bill 945. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Thank you, sir. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing no one here in opposition, does the gentleman here in support seek to be recognized and speak? He is shaking his head no, Mr. Harrell. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing closed. And it's back to you for a motion on this bill.
I'd like to move for approval.
Okay. Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, 945 has passed its second of 3 readings. Next is agenda item 35, sponsors Gregg and Gamble. This is ordinance BL 2025-946, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from OR20 to IWD zoning for a portion of property located at 41 Rachel Drive, approximately 600 feet southeast of Royal Parkway. This is 8.28 acres. Mr. Gregg, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move to defer to the first meeting in September.
Okay. Mr. Gregg has made a motion to defer the public hearing to the first meeting in September. It is properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this deferral motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, 946 will be back on public hearing at the first meeting in September. Our last item on public hearing is agenda item 36, ordinance BL 2025-947, sponsor Coupon. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro Government by changing from SP to DTC, Downtown Code Zoning, for the properties located at 170 and 176 2nd Avenue North, approximately 123 feet southeast of Church Street. This is 0.63 acres and within the 2nd Avenue Historic Preservation Overlay District. Mr. Coupon, you are recognized, sir.
Open the public hearing, please.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open on Mr. Coupon's bill 947. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hand? Seeing no one here on either side, Mr. Coupon, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for a motion on this bill.
Move approval, please.
Okay, is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Really strong. It's the last one, y'all. Any voting no or abstaining? All right. 947 has passed its second of 3 readings, and that concludes our public hearing. All right. Now we are moving into our consolidated consent agenda, and I'm going to have a sip of tea. All right, all resolutions and second and third reading ordinances on this agenda are included on the consent agenda if recommended for approval unanimously by all committees to which the item was referred. Items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. The item number along with the resolution and ordinance number of the items on the consent agenda will be read by me. Members of the council may remove any item from the consent agenda by request before the consent agenda vote is taken. Okay, we'll start first with our resolutions proposed for the consolidated consent agenda. First among them is agenda item 37, resolution 2025-1379. Next is agenda item 38, resolution 2025-1380. Agenda item 39, resolution 2025-1381. Agenda item 40, resolution 2025-1382. Agenda item 41, resolution 2025-1383. Agenda item 43, resolution 2025-1385. Agenda item 44, resolution 2025-1386. Agenda item 45, resolution 2025-1387. Agenda item 46, resolution 2025-1388. Agenda item 47, resolution 2025-1389. Agenda item 49, resolution 2025-1391. Agenda item 50, resolution 2025-1392. Agenda item 51, resolution 2025-1393. Agenda item 52, resolution 2025-1394. Agenda item 53, resolution 2025-1395. Agenda item 54, Resolution 2025-1396. Agenda item 55, Resolution 2025-1397. Agenda item 56, Resolution 2025-1398. Agenda item 57, Resolution 2025-1399. Agenda item 58, Resolution 2025-1400. Agenda item 59, Resolution 2025-1401. Agenda item 60, Resolution 2025-1402. Agenda item 61, Resolution 2025-1403. Agenda item 62, Resolution 2025-1404. Agenda item 63, Resolution 2025-1405. Agenda item 64, Resolution 2025-1406. Agenda item 65, Resolution 2025-1407. Agenda item 66, Resolution 2025-1408. Agenda item 67, Resolution 2025-1409. Agenda item 68, Resolution 2025-1410. Agenda item 69, Resolution 2025-1411. Agenda item 70, Resolution 2025-1412. Agenda item 72, Resolution 2025-1414. Agenda item 73, Resolution 2025-1415. All right, now we move to items on second reading proposed for the consolidated consent agenda. First among those is agenda item 121, ordinance BL 2025-950. And last among those is agenda item 122, ordinance BL 2025-951. Next, bills on third reading proposed for the consolidated consent agenda. Agenda item 123, ordinance BL 2025-860. Agenda item 124, ordinance BL 2025-861. Agenda item 129, ordinance BL 2025-897. Agenda item 130, ordinance BL 2025-907. Agenda item 131, ordinance BL 2025-912. Agenda item 132, ordinance BL 2025-913. Agenda item 133, ordinance BL 2025-914. Agenda item 134, ordinance BL 2025-915. Agenda item 135, ordinance BL 2025-916. Agenda item 136, ordinance BL 2025-917. Agenda item 137, ordinance BL 2025-918. Agenda item 138, ordinance BL 2025-919. Agenda item 139, ordinance BL 2025-920. Agenda item 140, ordinance BL 2025-921. Agenda item 141, ordinance BL 2025-922. Agenda item 142, ordinance BL 2025-923. Agenda item 143, this is the last one, ordinance BL 2025-924. Okay, that concludes the reading of the items proposed for the consolidated consent agenda. If any items need to be removed from the consent agenda, members, please join the queue to request that. Excellent, members. No one in the queue. All right. There you are. Okay, that's okay, Ms. Porterfield. You are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Can you pull agenda item 73?
Yes, ma'am.
It's RS 2025-1415.
Okay, 73. Agenda item 73, a resolution recognizing Homestyle Bakery for its 50 years of operation will be removed from consent. Mr. Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Please remove item 123, that's BL 2025-860 on third reading.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Agenda item 1, 2, 3, ordinance 2025-860 will be removed from consent. And as well, Mr. Parker, the companion bill 124, which is ordinance, it's all good, 861.
Please do, yes.
Yes, it is restricting the materials in 860, so they need to travel together. Okay, those have both been removed from consent now. Is there anything else or any other members seeking to be recognized to remove items from consent? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, are all committee reports in for items on the consent agenda?
Yes, all committee reports are in.
Thank you, sir. Okay, members, is there a motion for approval of the consent agenda? Properly moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Council has passed all items on the consent agenda. All right. Now we will move back through our agenda in order with those items that were not on consent. Going back to our resolutions. All right, first is agenda item 42, resolution 2025-1384, sponsors Sepulveda, Evans, Welsh, Huffman, Allen, Gadd, Toombs, Ellis, and Swara. This is a resolution appropriating $50,000 from the Metro government. Yes, ma'am? Ms. Porterfield?
Was agenda item 41 on the consent agenda?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, so we're reading the caption of 1384 at present. $50,000, appropriating $50,000 from the Metro government, acting by and through the Metro Action Commission and Music City Construction Careers, and approving a grant contract by and between the Metro government and acting through the Metropolitan Action Commission and music that is redundant for the provision of a workforce development initiative that prepares Nashville residents for successful careers in the skilled construction trades through apprenticeship, readiness training, industry recognized certifications, and job placement support. Is there a motion to approve? I apologize, Ms. Sepulveda. You're recognized. Go ahead, ma'am.
I was just going to move to approve.
Okay. Properly moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Or rather, is there any discussion? I know, Ms. Porterfield, you need to be recorded as an abstention. Is there any discussion on this? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstentions? Ms. Oh. Yep. All right. Yeah. Nudge me over there, Miss Darby. Okay. Thank you, whomever reminded me that we need committee reports on this. So Ms. Sepulveda, sponsor, is going to ask for those committee reports, and I'm going to go back to Chair Porterfield for the report of Budget and Finance Committee. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted for RS 2025-1384, 9 in favor, 0 against, 1 abstention.
Okay. And for the report of the Public Health and Safety Committee is the Vice Chair. Oh, Ms. Evans. Sorry, ma'am. This is the $50,000 being appropriated. Chair Evans. Do you have a committee report for 1384? Sorry. It's regarding Music City Construction Careers, 1384. Chair Evans, for your report.
Thank you for recognizing me. Yes, we recommended approval, and we had a 9 in favor, 0 against, 1 abstention.
All righty. Special Counsel Darby, having already voted with the committee reports in, this having passed, et cetera, the abstention of Ms. Porterfield being recorded, we can just proceed, correct? Okay, moving on. All right, next is agenda item 48. This is Resolution 2025-1390, sponsors Kimbrough, Porterfield, Gadd, Welsh, Allen, Toombs, Ellis, and Swara. This is a resolution approving an application for an Arts Build Communities grant from the Tennessee Arts Commission to the Metro government, acting by and through the Metro Arts Commission for a mural at the Bordeaux Library branch designed, somebody could please find Ms. Kimbrough. Okay, there's other sponsors, that's fine. Designed with active input from the community to enhance the overall sense of belonging among residents and provide them with a unique opportunity to see their ideas and voices represented in a public space. Ms. Porterfield, you are recognized for first, please, committee reports, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports. Budget and Finance voted for RS 2025-1390. 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for the substitute, and 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting as substituted.
Thank you very much. Chair Gadd for the report of Arts, Parks, and Libraries, please, ma'am.
Yes, Madam President, the committee voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for the substitute.
Okay. All right. So it's back to you then, Ms. Porterfield, for a motion to get the bill before us. Sorry, it's all good.
For approval.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay.
Move the substitute.
And the substitute, as I understand it, is a housekeeping matter that changes from
arts to libraries.
Thank you, ma'am. Having heard a description of the substitute, is there any discussion on the motion to substitute? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Oh, Ms. Gadd, go ahead, please, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I just want to make, in lieu of the Councilmember Kimbrough not being here at this very moment, she was in committee earlier, and I just wanted to reflect something that she needed reflected for her community, that the libraries did confirm that this would be a mural inside the library and the Children's Center, and that was incredibly important rather than that being outside on the building. So just in case her members of her community are listening, she wanted to make sure that they knew that. So
okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair. Is there any additional discussion? I apologize. Are we on the vote to substitute, or we're still on the motion to substitute? Okay. Seeing no one else seeking to be recognized on the motion to substitute, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining on that substitute motion? And then Ms. Porterfield, if you would move the resolution as substituted, please.
Move as substituted.
Okay, I hear a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, that has passed, or rather been adopted as substituted. Okay. Nope. Doesn't quite conclude our resolutions. Two more here. Agenda item 71, resolution 2025-1413, sponsors Swara, Bradford, Benedict, Ellis, Stiles, Welsh, and Gadd. This is a resolution urging the Tennessee General Assembly to pass House Bill 1442 regarding the identification of law enforcement officers. Sponsor Swara, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Okay. Chair Prep-T for the report of rules, confirmations, and public elections. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We had a pretty robust discussion on this one. In committee, there was a motion to defer for one meeting. However, that motion failed by a vote of 3 in favor, 3 against, 0 not voting. But then we subsequently voted to approve with 4 in favor, 0 against, 2 not voting.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Prep-T, for that report. It's back to you for a motion on your resolution, Ms. Swara.
I would like to move for approval with a brief comment.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Many of you have seen the stories about people impersonating ICE. There's those that were threatening immigrants, but there's also a lot about women being endangered. There are many cases of women being raped or accused of being raped. There was a story in Philadelphia of a woman that was tied up by somebody pretending to be a law enforcement officer. And let's not forget about the 2 elected officials in Minnesota that were attacked by someone pretending to be a law enforcement person. And the mayor of Memphis also. So there's so many stories. What is very frightening about that is that people don't know when they see these folks, whether they're the real deal or not. There's a very disturbing video out of Memphis where a guy has a food truck and 4 men show up in flannel shirts with masks and drag him out of there. What makes this also very troubling is that we all know what happened with the ICE raid that happened in May. We still don't have a list of the people that were taken. And so if people were taken even by these masked men, there's no way for people, their families to find out whether they're with the real ICE or with the fake ICE. And that's part of what we're seeing now. And so there's a lot of movement to try and address this in so many ways. And a good way to do this is to ask the officers to identify themselves. I wanted to read something. This is a quote from a Mr. Mike German, who is a former FBI agent and is a fellow of the Brennan Center for Justice. He says federal agents wearing masks and casual clothing significantly increases the risk of any citizen dressing up in a way that fools the public into believing that they're law enforcement so they can engage in illegal activity. It is a public safety threat. And it's also a threat to the agents and officers themselves, because people will not immediately be able to distinguish between who is engaged in legitimate activity and or illegitimate activity when violence is occurring in public. And so that's what this is all about. Now, I've heard concerns that will this expose people that are undercover? And I said no, because this is about people that are about to arrest people. So even when you watch Law and Order, when people are undercover, they don't go to people without their badges. But when they're about to arrest, they identify themselves. And so at the point where you're about to arrest somebody, you should be able to say, I'm an officer. And I think people should know whether they're being arrested by a real officer or one that is not. So that's what this bill is purporting to do. In the state legislature, what my resolution is saying is that we should vote in support of this because it protects our people, not just for the immigrant community, which is very important as they're being picked up, but also as a woman and women that are being threatened and raped. So I've spoken to a lot of people, including women advocates groups, and a lot of people are in support because it is the way for us to make sure that we can separate the bad guys and the good guys. With that, I renew my motion.
Thank you, Ms. Farah. Okay, there is a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. You've heard a description by the sponsor, and so now we are on to debate and discussion. First in the queue is Mr. Druffel. You're recognized, sir.
Thanks, Sharon. And really, I love the intent. I think I 100% agree. I just, sorry. Sorry. The undercover component was the one I had a question on. And so you're ready. I don't know enough about the police procedure, but if you're about ready to arrest someone and you're undercover, I just want to make sure there's clarity because I completely agree with your intent. I just want to make sure that we're not sending across signals somehow. And that's my only question.
To whom would you like me to address that question? I would just remind you, Mr. Druffel, that this is a resolution in support of a state piece of legislation. So is your inquiry whether this piece of state legislation speaks to that nuance or?
That's correct.
Okay.
President.
Ms. Darby, who performed the analysis, or Ms. Swara, do you want to answer? Okay, I'll recognize Ms. Swara first.
Thank you. Yes, this is just supporting the state legislation, and the state will work out all the details, and if they need to amend, they will do that. But like I said, and again, not being a police officer, and those that can speak to that, we have a retired law enforcement in the room. When you're undercover, right, you don't tell people who you are. You don't have your badge, that is correct. But at the point where the undercover person is about to arrest, they either call him back up, or they say you're under arrest, and they show their identity and they show who they are. At least from TV, that's what I know. And so I don't see why that would be a problem in this case.
Again, I like the intent. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't, not that it's our legislation, but that was the only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Druffel. Mr. Nash, Commander, former Commander Nash, you are recognized. Perhaps in your comments, you could bring some clarity to this.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I never played a policeman on TV, so Councilmember Suarez, primarily correct. Undercover officers, drug dealer, infiltrating the KKK. Some of you may remember the old Tennessean reporter that was in the KKK, but policemen in undercover groups have to hide their identity. And so if they were out on an arrest team, but still working somewhere undercover, they might go masked and the like. I spent 33 years in the police department. I arrested my share of folks. Everyone I arrested got to see my face, know my name. We took them down to night court where I had to sign the warrants with my name. Took them over to jail where they had a chance to call somebody and tell them where they are and have some due process. And I support that. And to the extent that Representative Justin's trying to do that, I support. I do take some, I don't like the title of the bill. I think he could have been less inflammatory instead of using the Gestapo name. So I probably will be abstaining, but otherwise I understand his intent and I'm not against that so much.
Thank you, Mr. Nash. Next is Councilman Cash. You're recognized, sir.
Thanks. A lot of what I enjoyed the discussion in committee. I do think some of the stuff that I wanted to say has come out in the discussion. This is a non-binding resolution. We don't have to mimic every aspect of the bill to say we support it. We are talking about public officials, and public officials should be identifiable to the public. It is a part of due process, and just the notion that arrests are going on by masked people is just mind-boggling to me. I absolutely support this this resolution and hope the state will follow through and ask for this change. I think it's crucial.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. Seeing no one else in the queue, we will move to the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. Mr. Eastlick and Mr. Nash are recorded as abstentions. All right. Next is agenda item 73, resolution 2025-1415, sponsors Stiles, Johnston, Ellis, Benton, Gadd, and Hancock. This is a resolution recognizing Homestyle Bakery for its 50 years of operation. Ms. Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Chair Prep T for the report of rules confirmations. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We voted to approve, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, back to you, Ms. Stiles.
Yes, I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment, if I may.
Is there a second? Go ahead, ma'am.
So Homestyle Bakery, it's in Antioch. It is the oldest bakery that we have. They are very active in terms of supporting community events, and they just gave us some baked goods for Southeast Community Day 2 weeks ago for the kids, and just did really our first mural in Antioch. And so just want to take a moment to acknowledge them, and I'd like to move for approval, please.
All righty. Thank you for that. Seeing no further discussion, there is a motion to approve this resolution. It's properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. Abstention? Okay. Ms. and Mr. Bradford? Okay. Ms. Porterfield and Mr. Okay. Hands up if you are abstaining on Homestyle Bakery. Mr. Clerk, can you see everybody? I see Porterfield, Evan Siegel, Bradford, Harrell, Welsh, and Gadd. Okay. Even so, with those abstentions, this resolution has been adopted. Okay. Now we're on to agenda section L, bills on introduction and first reading. By rule, all items on first reading shall be voted on at the same time unless requested otherwise by a primary sponsor or by 2 other members. Do any items need to be removed from the collective first reading vote? Okay, Ms. Weiner, you are recognized.
With a great degree of regret, 74.
Okay, that's fine. I will make a note of it. Okay. Is there a motion for approval of all the items remaining on first consideration other than item 74? I heard the second. So then without objection, you have approved all those items. And we will go back now to agenda item 74. Ms. Weiner, this is an ordinance to amend Title II of the Metro Code of Laws to establish the Metro Animal Care and Control Commission. You are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I chose to withdraw
Okay.
2025-952. May I make an ever so brief comment?
You may.
I will be bringing this back. I will be bringing this back.
Okay.
There will be a little bit different format. We have some opportunity that was extended to me in a backwards way. And we will be bringing it back.
Okay. But in the meantime, 952 is withdrawn.
I don't want my blood pressure.
Okay. Okay. Hang on, Mr. Prepty. No worries. Okay, so that concludes our items on first reading. We're almost done, colleagues. Hang in there. Now we're going to go to items on second reading that were not on consent. First among those is agenda item 117, ordinance BL 2025-906, sponsors Parker, Porterfield, and Hill. This is an ordinance amending certain sections and subsections of Chapter 2.62, 12.56, 13.02, 13.08, 13.20, and 13.32 of the Metro Code of Laws to allow the Nashville Department of Transportation and Multimodal Infrastructure to increase its permit and administrative fees over time as necessary. Chair Parker, you are recognized.
Withdraw.
Okay. Thank you, sir. 906 is withdrawn. Next is agenda item 118, ordinance BL 2025-910, sponsors Porterfield, Hill, and Ewing. This is an ordinance approving a revocable license agreement between the Metro government acting by and through the Metro Department of Human Resources and Operation Stand Down Tennessee for the use of office space. Ms. Porterfield.
Withdraw.
Oh, okay. 910 has been withdrawn. Next is agenda item 119, ordinance BL 2025-911, sponsors Hancock, Porterfield, and Gamble. This is an ordinance approving a lease agreement between the Metro government and through the Mayor's Office of Emergency Management and the Department of General Services and the Community Resource Center for use of a warehouse at 801 Anderson Lane in Madison, Tennessee. Ms. Hancock, you are recognized. Is Ms. Hancock here?
I don't see the sponsor, but
Is Ms. Porterfield, you are also a sponsor. So if you could please give your committee report. Sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
committee report 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for a one-meeting deferral, so it's deferred by rule.
Yep, by Rule 8.1, this will be deferred one meeting. It will be back on second reading at the, what day is it? Second meeting in August. Okay. August 19th. Agenda item 120, ordinance BL 2025-948, sponsors Eastlick, Parker, Ellis, Huffman, Bradford, and Stiles. This is an ordinance to amend section 2.4.115 of the Metro Code of Laws relative to the settlement of violations of the Property Standards Code in Chapter 16.24 by the Department of Law. Mr. Eastlick, you're recognized, sir.
Committee reports.
Okay. For the report of government operations and regulations, Chair Hill, you're recognized.
We recommended to defer 2 meetings to September 2nd, 8 approve, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, defer 2 meetings, 8 in favor.
0 against, 0 not voting.
Got it. Okay, so it's back to you, Mr. Eastlick, for a motion on your bill.
Motion to defer.
2 meetings?
2 meetings.
Okay. Is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this 2-meeting deferral for 948? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this will be back on the agenda at the meeting of September 2nd. All right, we're almost home, y'all. Now, Section N, bills on third reading. Agenda item 123 and 124, they are companions to each other. Sponsor Parker. 123 is ordinance BL 2025-860. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, a zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from RS10 to SP zoning for properties located at 2819, 2821, 2823 Jones Avenue and Jones Avenue unnumbered, approximately 43 feet south of Hart Lane. This is 8.27 acres to permit 84 multifamily residential units in its companion 861. All the same caption with the addition of certain materials to be restricted in the construction of the buildings. Mr. Parker, Chair Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Okay. Chair Gamble, for the report of the Planning and Zoning Committee, please, on Mr. Parker's bills 860 and 861.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting on both 860 and 861.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Parker, back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to defer both for one meeting.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, there's a motion to defer 860 and 861, one meeting, or the third reading to the meeting of August 19th. It's properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay. All right, those will be back on the agenda August 19th. Next are agenda items 125 and 126. Again, they are companions to each other. Sponsor Evans. Ms. Evans, we will have to take up 125, 868 separately for purposes of amending it. And then once it gets amended, you can consolidate your motion, okay? So we can pass it at one time. 868 is an ordinance to amend Title 17, the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from RS15 to SP zoning for properties located at 4222, 4226, 4278 Central Pike. This is 27 acres, approximately 765 feet east of South New Hope Road, to permit 314 multifamily residential units. Ms. Evans, Chair, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to move the amendment or move the bill.
Okay. Is there, there's a motion to approve 868, and we're on to discussion, at which juncture you can move to amend.
Thank you. I'd like to move to amend.
Okay. There's a second. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Or any description you want to give?
Oh, actually, you know what? I do want to add one comment.
Yes, please do.
That is kind of germane to this whole conversation.
Yep.
The amendment is to require a light installation, which is part of the infrastructure that's required as a result of this development, which kind of speaks to the discussion earlier we were having about infrastructure.
I appreciate that. Okay, you've heard a description by the sponsor of the proposed amendment. Is there any further discussion on the motion to amend? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, the amendment is on the bill, and so at this juncture, I would suggest that you make a motion to approve 868 as amended, along with its companion 869.
Thank you. I'd like to move to approve.
You don't have to restate it. You can just say so moved.
Yes, so moved.
All right, second? All right, any discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, I believe that concludes our agenda. Our next council meeting will be on Tuesday, August 19th. Is there a motion to adjourn? We are adjourned.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.